Hello, guys, and welcome into Poker House of Dallas. We've got the next-gen poker boys here with us tonight. They are doing their fourth rendition of their weekly 2-5 1500 cap live stream Texas Holdem poker game. We are going to have some action tonight. We've got a great lineup for you guys and got a nice pair here in the booth. It is me, Mr. Nick from Haslet House Poker, joined alongside by my best friend, Mr. Jack Peterson. How you doing tonight, Jack?
Doing great. Happy to be here. Just moved to Texas, or back to Texas from Colorado, and I've been living in a van with my wife for the last year. So getting an apartment and down here. Happy to be here. Good poker down here. Happy to be commentating tonight.
Nice, dude. So glad to have you back. And what Jack is referencing there is the last couple of years he spent out being a wilderness explorer.
Yeah, just a little nomad.
Yeah, having a ton of fun, though, it looked like, and got to join him on a couple of those vacays, and he is back now, though, back in the Dallas area. We get asked about him all the time when I'm playing around here. People ask me, where's Jack at? Where's Jack at? Well, he's here, folks. He is back in Dallas doing commentary with me tonight, and we've got our buds, the next-gen boys.
All three of them tonight.
Oh, yeah, all three.
Sitting right next to each other.
Here we go, in the mix. And they drew for seats before they started, guys. They did not choose those seats. And right off the bat, we've got Mr. DFS Brat, who bought in for $200. He's doing a little short stacking strategy and has pocket nines early on. He's just going to fold to an open.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a little tight, but I'm sure he's just looking for that one spot, wants to take a couple of hands off, not put his whole stack in on the very first hand, so...
Yeah, just got that one shot of $200.
Yeah, exactly.
Not right now. Not with pocket nines.
Not the first hand.
Not the first hand. Don't want to go home the first hand.
Yeah, exactly. So Chip Wrangler opened here from, they call it +3 on this software. I usually call that the low jack, but he opens from +3 with the 6-5. C bets and takes it down.
Flops the best and takes it down. Easy game.
He does. Pair's good. I'm a little bit surprised Aaron didn't get sticky there and maybe float one time. Got that ace of hearts.
Yeah, ace of hearts. With ace high, I think that maybe you can peel once or twice there. Do some funny business later in the hand. Or just make the best hand.
Yeah. And maybe Aaron has that same mentality right there that we saw from DFS Brat, which is, okay, this is a play that I might make some of the time, maybe even a lot of the time, but it's the very first hand of the stream. I'm going to just take this one off. And
yeah, see pocket nines fold and ace nine not float, so take some time to get involved.
Yeah, exactly. Oh.
Aces.
Okay.
That's something you want to see in the first couple of hands.
Yeah, looks like he's going by Collector tonight. That's a pretty cool nickname. I like that one.
That is cool. Looks like we're going to get a pot here with Frankie calling in the big blind.
And Collector goes with that 3x sizing, a little on the smaller side. Curious if that's indicative of him having aces and really wanting that action, or if he just always goes to 3x.
Frankie gets lucky here and just totally whiffs, and he's going to just have to give this one up. Lucky he doesn't hit a king or a queen here, or any sort of anything.
For sure. Let's get our table talk turned up for you guys here. Get a little background buzz, and we'll definitely boost that volume up for you anytime we have a big spot. Sorry, we're getting some software interference here, guys. I'm not sure what that is.
So who's the regulars in this game?
Okay,
I've watched a couple times, but this is my first time in the booth, so I've seen Ron quite a bit.
Yeah, Aaron has been a regular. I don't actually remember seeing him play in any of these Poker House live games so far, so this might be his first time to join the boys here at their new home of Poker House Dallas, but I know that he played with them on some streams in the past. I really enjoyed watching him, so I was actually hopeful that he would be playing in these, and this is the first time I've seen him show, so.
Nice. We got a pretty loose open from the hijack here with Queen Deuce offsuit.
Who was that from?
The guy that had aces, the Collector.
Oh, Collector. Oh, he's an action giver too. That's a little sad that his aces didn't get any action.
Yeah, exactly. Tricky Fish goes with the check call here with the flush draw. And let's see if the Collector just decides to blast off here. 25 into 60.
If he goes 3 times, it's probably going to work,
it's
right?
Gonna work. Every time it doesn't
It's a
count.
brick.
Yep.
Let's see if he's got the heart.
Yep.
This is actually going to be a chop, right?
I'm guessing he has the heart. Look at this.
Oh, he doesn't even have to put the
Oh.
chips in. Evan, Mr. Tricky Fish, is out of there.
I love when that happens, when you go for the chips and the person just folds.
Yeah, dude, and he goes queen deuce off, open, bet, bet, bet right off the bat.
Wow.
I just have a feeling he's going to be bringing the heat tonight.
The Tricky Fish does not get tricky there. He plays it very straight up. So we got 2 short stacks. And then everyone else is about 1,000 plus. Collector.
I'm going to be curious, how do those short stacks, maybe that's another reason that Aaron decided not to get tricky with that ace of hearts a while ago. I didn't notice his $200
true.
stack.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Just have to fold when you're that short.
Hmm.
If you're playing 1,500 deep, you can do some floating and stuff, but just have to make a pair and get it in right now.
Mm-hmm.
Frankie's going to open the ace 4 on the button. And Aaron's got a hand. I'm surprised that he didn't 3-bet this. I would just want to get this in, honestly, if I was playing $200. And Frankie, well, it's only like 20 big blinds with the 10 straddle, so.
Yeah, maybe he'd be more likely to do that if he had other people left to act behind him. Maybe because he's closing the action, he's like, I want to just take flop.
Well,
But yeah, I'm with you.
He's the big blind, and then I think the guy next to him straddled.
Had a straddle on. I see, and that's.
So, but like this is an awkward situation post now, where Frankie's probably going to win. And
Yeah.
he folds 90% equity. Could probably just rip it in there, honestly. But maybe not. Maybe a small. Or you can just flatten.
Pre-flop?
They're all options, honestly. But
You mean pre-flop?
yeah.
Yeah.
Post
Yeah,
just
probably.
gets so
It's a little
post
bit
is hard.
awkward with his 200. Frankie opens to 25. It's like, feels like a little bit too much to just shove, but then you also kind of, I mean, you commit your stack, I guess, when you just raise to a normal like 3 to 4x sizing, and then
Yeah, you
just
do
hope it's a
commit,
decent flop.
to get it in.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of an
Frankie-
awkward
Yeah, Frankie
stack
takes
size.
that one down with ace-4 offsuit. Just a whole bunch of nothing, but he's pumped.
He's pumped. We got Chris Lego, who is like the stream for us. Appreciate that. And any of you guys who have just 1 second of your time, click that like button for us. Really helps the stream get picked up by the algorithm.
Ooh, ace-king from knock.
Of the suited variety. Beautiful.
Looks like we got a button defend with a dominated king. See if he can outflop him or outplay him.
He's got position.
He's got position.
Oh,
But when you
my
flop, it
goodness. Unfortunately for Knock, Tricky Fish doesn't have anything.
Anything. I expect a pretty small bet out of here.
Yeah, he goes
He goes
$10.
very small. And we're
Evan
gonna get
can't
the float.
resist.
Awesome.
He cannot resist.
I expect Knock to go maybe a little bigger now that the 9 paired. 50, and it's going to just be the end of the hand there.
Yeah, quick fold. And actually, Knock and Evan, I believe they're buds from off the table.
Evan Tricky Fish?
Yeah, Evan is Tricky Fish. Yeah, sorry.
Cool.
I believe that they're buds from off the table, so I'm sure they have like some battling dynamics from the past as well.
Nice, that's fun.
Yeah, try and keep an eye on that.
The little $10 bet. Collector is probably 35 years old. I would take the under on that, personally.
I would too. If the person setting the line really didn't know him, then I would slam the under on that.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah.
He looks around 30.
Yeah.
I think 30.
I would say I'd probably
pretty
even
good
take the
line.
under,
But I would probably take the under too on 30.
but that's
Look at all
closer,
these
much
next-gen
closer.
boys all in one
Yeah.
camera frame.
Oh yeah, look at that. Bang, 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 bang. 4 in a row.
All right, Jack, King, Queen off. Opens it up to 30. Frankie is thinking, or did he call?
I think he's thinking right now.
I would.
Thinking about isolating.
I like this. It's not like a must, But
Yeah.
I like the 3-bet more than the flat in this situation.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I agree with you. I would say that it's definitely a mix. And then with Jello being the opener, I'd probably just toss it most of the time. But, yeah, definitely like 3-betting more than flatting.
I think tossing it is reasonable, too.
Yeah, and
Either
then
or.
you see
Flat.
Jello just tosses the king-queen, doesn't get to defend, and Frankie scoops a small one.
And just sets that dynamic like, hey, buddy,
Yeah.
I'm going to be 3-betting you tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on your left. Don't be open and wide.
I'm with you.
I like it. First couple hands of the stream, like, get that 3-bet in.
And we were told they are not playing the 7-deuce game tonight. See, Jello has it, and looks like he shows King the dealer, saying if we had been playing it, you would have seen some chips flying, but...
Rosey's turn to raise this time. Everyone's having some pretty junky hands so far in the stream. Janky, junky. Same. Oh, Collector does not defend the big blind.
Wow.
Queen 8 suited. I'm very surprised.
That
by
is so surprising after opening and then blasting the queen deuce off.
Sometimes you're just like, hey, like, I want to have initiative.
Yeah.
I'm not going to call you open from big blind, but I'll blast off with queen deuce offsuit in the hijack.
Sure. Just got more opportunity to win when you're betting instead of calling. Sometimes they fold.
Poker monkey. I just had some dinner too. Nick was like, don't walk over to Whataburger. You're going to be late for the stream. And I said, buddy, I got to eat. Food comes first. Exactly right. Did all the next gen boys go to SMU?
They did all go to SMU. Good question. And looks like Rounder's telling us that your mic might be a little bit low.
Oh, I'm
Gonna
also, yeah, I might be talking.
Boost you up
off.
just a little bit here. Appreciate the feedback there, Rounder. Yeah, all three of the boys went to SMU, just graduated last year. Two of them are engineers. That's Frankie and Jello, and Rosey has a finance degree. So, all right. Now we've got DFS Brat who has that $200 stack. Is this going to be the place to make a stand with it? He opens.
Seems pretty reasonable, honestly.
Yeah, reasonable. He opens to 15 on the button and gets 3-bet from the small blind. He's going to show it and fold it. I don't mind the fold instead of playing for your stack there, knowing that he's playing that short stacking strategy. It's you know, could take it or leave it. I don't know if I would show them, though, how tight I'm playing there. I think I'd just be like, oh, you got me. Caught me opening my button too wide. Just going to slide that one into the muck. But
yeah,
now they're going to be coming after him, right?
Yeah, playing so short and you have king, queen suited seems like pretty good opportunity to get your money in there. But I thought the same thing with nines also. So we'll see if he can find his spot.
Rounder saying very low. Is it better now, bud? We've boosted up the mics here.
Yeah, I'll try to talk a little louder too.
Got 40 of you guys in the mix with us. Hit that like button, share, subscribe. Let's try and grow the stream. Got some great players in the mix, some good action to be had.
Oh, looks like they're just checking this one down.
Was this the blinds?
Yeah, blinds. Jello raises, and they just agree to check it down.
Is that like a little 15 and run it kind of thing? What's your opinion on chopping, Jack, when it comes around to the blinds?
In time rake, which is what Poker House is, I prefer to play. And then raked environments, like most casinos, I just chop it up. And most of the community likes to chop, so I like that camaraderie. And the games, usually, it rarely ever happens, so.
Yeah, me and Jack were actually up at WinStar this weekend, and if you've ever played at those Oklahoma casinos, then you'll know that they take $1 from the small blind, and then it folds around, and people still have an expectation of chopping, which normally, like you said, I don't mind at all. Just kind of do what's in flow with the game. But then I'm like, they already took half of my blind.
Yeah,
I don't want to just take my $1 back.
Yeah, you're like, I don't even get my money back.
Yeah, exactly. It's brutal. 50%. So I've been telling them I'm just going to play, or we can put in 5 and run it.
Jack 3 bets the button here. I like this. Cut off open, and you have a suited ace on the button. Just apply a lot of pressure. The collector is a non-believer, though.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, Jello gets a good barrel card here. It's a diamond on the turn.
Yeah, I like betting again here. Puts a lot of pressure on a lot of his hands. 10x, other pocket pairs, and
Exactly like this hand.
exactly like this hand. Calls with the 6s, but can't hold on to a second barrel on the turn. So
Yeah. Looks like Jello went about a little over half to 2/3 pot there. I think I would probably really size up and make sure I get him off of everything worse than a king. Maybe go closer to the pot, but
yeah, I think close to pot is best there. You got double flush draw board out there. Even the bottom card pairing, like, you just want to make a really tough spot for all of his flush draws, all of his straight draws, all of his pairs. Nothing's really happy once that 5 pairs.
for sure, especially after you 3-bet him pre-flop. So you're sitting there with a lot of good hands on that board. Those backdoor diamonds are a great candidate to go for it. But also just depends on what kind of hands you're targeting at which phases of the hand.
Yep.
And maybe Jello there is just trying to get him off of kind of a different category of hands than what I would have instinctually gone to. But maybe he was planning to go for 3 streets and knew he could get those other hands there on the end.
Yep. So folds to Frankie in the big blind. There's a straddle on. Raises to 40. And what's that guy's name? Tricky Fish?
Yeah. Evan.
Yeah, Evan. He defends. Kind of an interesting board with both of them holding a 7 here. Frankie doesn't really want to do anything here.
Yeah.
But I agree. He's got to go for the check call line.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's pretty brave just to hold on for 1.
Yeah, exactly. You're not too stoked about it, but you can't fold yet. And I think this bet is going to work. It's really hard to do anything right now as Frankie. Maybe not.
Frankie is a non-believer
Holding
here.
on one more time, but he gets counterfeited at the end, and this is a risk you take.
Wow. And now it'll probably just go check, check.
Maybe Frankie has other ideas here.
He's going to lead.
He says, I have my worst hand ever.
That's a good point.
But
$300 in the middle. And he leads.
he does it. He just does a very small bet. It's such an interesting line. I don't even know if this is going to get ace high to fold.
I don't know either. This is so interesting, and I'm curious at what he's targeting. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Evan's not having it. He says, I don't know if my ace is good or not, but I don't think you can stand the heat.
Just rip it on him.
Yeah. And Frankie's out of there.
Yeah, good play by Tricky Fish.
Yeah.
He just kind of took advantage, like, you don't have anything here, buddy.
Looks like he showed down a 7. Which has got to be really interesting for Frankie, sitting there having pocket 7s himself.
That was a fun hand.
Yeah, it was. And you hear Evan there say that if Frankie had have checked, that he was planning to blast it on the end.
I wonder if Frankie led bigger if he was still raised.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like from the way he's talking that he kind of had his mind made up that he was going to get Frankie off that pot.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there's at some point he's going to change his mind depending on how big Frankie goes on the lead.
So we got to open from the +3, and Jack calls with the Jack-10 offsuit. He's dominated. Rosey gets in there too with King-9 suited. We got a 4-way pot. And this is going to get tricky for Jack.
Yeah, it is.
I think he's going to pay off at least 2 streets here.
Yeah, and that's the price you pay trying to see flops when you got so many people left to act behind you.
It's true. And that's pretty clean card for Jack's hand, too.
Oh, yeah, with 2 diamonds and a straight draw out there, too. I can't imagine he's going anywhere on this street.
And I expect Collector just to keep betting how he handled the Queen Deuce earlier. I think he's just going to go for 3 streets here. And he might get it, honestly. He might get it. Depends how big he goes on the river.
Yeah. Jello's in there pretty quick.
Or if it's a clean river. And it's a very clean river. Oh, he checks. And they're just going to...
Jello's going to think about going for thin value. A reasonable consideration, but yeah, he decides to check back. Not surprised.
I think that's a good decision to check back. Hard to get value from anything.
I like that point by King there.
It doesn't cost you nothing to get out.
An overlooked point in poker. Doesn't cost nothing to get out right now.
Rosey raises the 10-7 of spades in the cutoff.
35, the straddle on. And our straddler is not going anywhere. He's got the ace-king suited. 3 bets and Rosey snap folds.
He's got a little shot glass. That's his card protector.
Nice. And a nice cowboy hat.
That's true. Very nice cowboy hat. I feel like I can't pull off the cowboy hat.
Yeah, me neither.
I wish I could.
Yeah. Me too. I don't feel like I could pull it off from a fashion sense. Like I don't feel like confident or comfortable in it. And then also, it's so bulky. Feels like it would just, like you always have something really large protruding from your head.
Yeah, it is.
But I love when people can pull it off because
I mean, look at him. He looks so good.
Yeah, it's an awesome look.
Looks so good. Maybe this is the spot that DFS Brat has been looking for.
And I think it's going to be a limp-squeeze. That's what I'm expecting here.
I think so too.
And Knox going to fall for it.
Knox,
+3. He's going in with the King-10 off.
Knox like, I'm not having any of this limping. I haven't had a hand in the stream yet. He might just...
He might just call. He might. Boom. Let's go.
You knew it.
Let's go. Love it.
Instant just
snap fold. DFS Brat sets up the perfect little trap spot right there. Oh, he had Tricky Fish in too. Our software was lagging a little bit there, Jack. So I thought Tricky Fish had folded.
Oh.
But, that's a great squeeze spot. I love it.
Yeah, great squeeze spot.
This is the kind of play that I love making. You just get, look, both of these young guys that just tight and aggressive players, you know, and DFS Brat just lays the trap perfectly.
Exactly.
They fall right in it with the exact kind of hands that you want them to.
Yeah, I wouldn't be ISOing so wide against a $170 stack.
Yeah.
I would pretty much only be opening if I'm prepared to call it off.
Yeah.
It looks a bit you know, he folds the king, queen of diamonds, and then he puts the limp in under the gun, and it's just like, you know what?
Oh, yeah.
The jam might be coming.
Yeah.
And he picks it up. Now he's up $50.
Yeah.
So.
25% of his buy-in. He's already up and gets himself back in a position where if he gets a full double or especially a triple up, now you're like really getting level with the other stacks in the game and having a chance to compete.
That's right. I hope it happens for him. I hope he gets a nice triple up.
Yeah, me too. Especially after seeing that play right there.
You love it.
Oh, yeah. He actually told me before the stream that he was going to go back through and listen to our commentary on his play because he wants to hear what we have to say about it. He said he always goes back and listens to his stream commentary. And
nice.
Yeah, and DFS Brat, this was for you. I love that play right there.
It's a great play. You got $60 just dead money in there.
For sure. And you got a guy to attack you with a way worse hand than what you have.
Way worse. King 10 offsuit. And you just pounce on him.
Yep. And I know Knock personally and know that he's a tight, solid, aggressive player. And even still, it's so enticing to him to go after that limp. You know, people are just itching to get in there and steal it. Because you hear the moniker all the time, right? Punish the limpers.
Exactly. That's my whole philosophy in poker.
Yeah, exactly.
I just raised the limpers.
You set a little landmine in there and somebody steps on it.
When someone limp jams on me, I get so frustrated. When me and Nick play at a table together, I just overlimp everything. Because I'm like, he's just going to jam on me.
There's a lot of traps in there.
Just a couple hands where nobody has anything.
So Poker Monkey here in the chat says that the tacos across the street are really good, and that is so true. I can vouch for that. I actually came up here when Poker House was doing some high hand promotions last year, and that gas station across the street was open, and I would go over there and get those tacos every day. They are bomb. Shout out to the taco place.
There's something about good tacos in gas stations in Texas.
Right.
My favorite place when I lived here was a gas station taco place. People would come into town and be like, let me take you to my favorite taco place.
Yeah.
It was in a 7-Eleven.
It's so authentic. The people working there like actually making the food by hand. It's not all pre-processed like when you go to a big box.
Yeah, no doubt. I wish I got that instead of Whataburger. All right, we're 3 ways to this flop. Let's see if we can flop something interesting. Looks like we do. Top pair versus flush draw. Jack misses his set. Oh, wow. The ace-3 just gets out of there. He must just be thinking, you know what? I don't perform very well on later streets in this hand. Like, I have top pair right now, but on an ace-jack-9, 2 spades, and you have ace-3 of clubs, you're just hoping the other guy slows down.
Yeah.
So he's like, you know what? I'm going to get out of here.
No doubt. I'm with you there.
I can't say I'm not disciplined to fold top pair like that, but I bet you that's what he's thinking. And I like the philosophy, you know, thinking about the turn, thinking about the river, and being like, you know, I can't really hold on, so I'm not going to put in any more money in this pot. Another guy has already shown aggression, so I'm just going to get out of here right now.
Yeah, I think at the very least it shows that he's really aware of like the situation as a whole, as opposed to like emotionally attached to the idea of flopping top pair.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I just never fold top pair. It's like, yeah, but the guy's representing better than my top pair, and the board's really scary too.
And I think we had a guy behind us also, so. Aaron gets involved with the dominated ace here. He whiffs. Aaron whiffs. That's probably going to go check, bet, fold.
That overhead cam is looking sharp, right?
Oh, yeah. It looks so good.
Yeah, this is a newer addition for us here in the last couple of weeks, and
It's so good. This overhead cam is awesome.
Yeah, adds a lot to the quality of the content. Chris says we're lying about the tacos, but that's just simply not true, guys. And Don is watching from Indiana. Love it, Don. Appreciate it. Come down here to Texas and play some 2-5 with us.
Yeah, I've never been to Indiana. It's one of the few states I haven't been to. What's the poker scene out there?
Great question. I don't know anything about poker in Indiana. Help us out, Don.
Indianapolis? Is that the capital?
Indianapolis is in
Indiana. I hope so. I hope so. That would be
it
fairly
feels like it would be the
confusing if it
capital
wasn't.
to me too, but I don't know that for sure. Looks like we might have possibly gotten stuck on this beautiful new camera angle for a couple of minutes. That's all right. Sorry about that, guys. Gonna get to see some chips moving around. Yeah, we do.
It looks like.
And we are aware of how the cameras get stuck like this for a second. Our problem is that we're on a 15-minute delay, so we have to catch it while it's happening, and the indicator is not easy to keep up with. So we're trying to pop up there and change those up pretty often, but
it was the first thing Nick told me when I got in the booth. He's like, push these buttons. And I didn't do it. Fair enough, Chris. Fair enough.
Yeah, it looks like this flop comes down queen 10-8 with 2 hearts. The original aggressor checks. We get a bet from the caller who's there. I think that's Evan right there in the 5.
I think it's probably DFS.
DFS, is he all in? Oh my gosh, we missed his all in.
Or it's Aaron. But I'm guessing it's one of those two coming from that side of the table and it being short.
Oh no.
Let's see. Yeah, I think that's DFS.
I think so too.
Oh,
sorry, no. DFS. That's rough, bud. I think it went open. Call from the 10-8 suited here, Evan. Call from DFS.
Yeah, I think
flop
so too.
Comes out.
And really nothing you can do about that. When you're playing so short and you hit top pair, just get it in, really. Nothing you can do.
Tough spot, and I'm guessing the flop there went check, bet, or sorry, check, check, bet, all in, fold.
Yeah, I think
call.
So as well.
Yeah, that's tough.
Maybe we can hear.
Well, no, just subscribe. Hey, while we've got this camera angle locked, we can go into our webcam here. Maybe not.
Maybe not.
We'll have to
We're
get
going to
Eric
say
to
hello.
All right, guys. So while we have this camera angle locked, let's just do a little poker chatter here, Jack.
All right.
So why don't you tell us a little bit about? You said you're up in Colorado.
Yep.
So tell us a little bit about the poker scene up there. What have you been doing? And then now coming back here to Texas, what are you looking forward to about these games?
All right. Let's start with Colorado. It's pretty gem of a place up there. It's this little casino town, similar to like a Vegas vibe. And it's about 40 minutes outside of Denver, but it's up in the mountains, so you got to drive like 30 minutes over these windy roads, and then all of a sudden you come up into this just little town of like 40 casinos. And there's 3 that have poker rooms, the Monarch, the Ameristar, and the Bally's. Bally's run some tournaments, and then Ameristar and Monarch run the cash games. And they're very good, honestly. There's a lot of different stake levels for everybody. There's like a 1-2 200 max, 1-3 500 max, 2-5 1,000 max, and a 2-5 15 max. So lots of step ups for everyone. I've been playing the 2-5 at Monarch, which is the most popular room. It's also the newest room, and that's the $1,500 buy-in. Definitely recommend going up there. It's quite a cool place, and one thing special it has about it is it's 24-hour free alcohol. So if you want to go somewhere that's not Vegas and just drink all night long, then go up into the Colorado mountains and chill at Monarch for a little bit and just get it flowing.
No doubt. I've been up there several times, and it is a great place to go vacay, do some snowboarding, play a little poker.
Yeah, Colorado is just such a beautiful state. So beautiful.
Okay, and so now you're back here in Texas. We are so stoked to have you back. And you're going to be here in the Dallas area. Tell us what you're looking forward to about playing here in the area and specifically here at Poker House Dallas.
So I would say the biggest thing I'm excited for is the variety of games they have in Texas. In Colorado, the gaming commission's quite strict, so there's only no limit that runs. And actually 2 years ago, it was 100 max bet. So you couldn't bet more than $100 at any, or raise more than $100 at any given time. So, but that has changed. But they still only run no limit. So coming down here, I'm excited to play these bomb pots that everyone's just super stoked about. These double board bomb pots.
Oh yeah.
The PLO games, and then the mix game that runs here every Tuesday at 1 p.m. 15:30 mix games. We pick our mix. We can add any game that anybody wants, but we'll all be here playing that game every Tuesday, so I'm getting pumped for that. Mondays is my day off, so start the week with a little mixed action.
Yeah, let's go.
Do I know how to play mixed? No. But am I excited to play? Yes.
Yeah, and the nice thing is that nobody really knows how to play nearly as well as they can play like Holdem here or even Omaha, because there's just not that much out there about it.
I mean, it's a hard thing to figure out about what's going on.
Yeah, you're just kind of winging it, and so is everybody else, so that makes it a lot of fun. And that is Mixed Madness Tuesdays that Jack is talking about here at Poker House. We start at 1 p.m. It's 15:30 limit. So when you hear him say 15:30, that might be a little intimidating, but that is much, much smaller than no limit blinds would play. So that would probably be the equivalent of what, about a 2-5, Jack?
Yeah, I think so. It's about equivalent to that. I lost 700 in the game my first 3 hours at it.
Yeah, that can happen, especially with the triple draw games. They're pretty swingy. And then the stud games actually have an extra street of betting.
Yeah, the pots get quite big in the stud games.
Yeah, but it's a lot of fun. I think the fact that it's limit actually makes for a lot more friendly environment because people aren't worried about losing their whole stack.
I like this play a lot, actually, by Chip Wrangler. It folds all the way to the big blind. He's in the straddle, and Aaron just limps for 10, and Chip Wrangler just makes it 20.
Yeah.
So he knows that, like, Aaron's just super weak in this situation.
Yeah.
And you can tell it again. Like, he just knows exactly where Aaron's at here.
Yeah.
But he just wants to. And he gets a little check raise.
Yeah, it works.
Go to 15. Go to 15. I love it.
He just calls this time. It's kind of an annoying card, but
I like this play from Chip Wrangler a lot, honestly. Like, it might seem a little silly, but like, he's getting absolute max right now from Aaron.
Yeah, for sure. He got Aaron to put in a raise.
And he got him to the river with Jack High. And if he just raises a normal amount with Aaron's stack size here, Aaron's just going to fold. But putting in another $10, putting in $5, like, gets him to stick in 30, 40 bucks with pretty much nothing.
Yeah, for sure.
Just drawing dead. Just drawing dead.
For sure. And people talk about win rates in terms of how many blinds you win in a certain number of hands or in a certain amount of time, like per hour. And really underestimate, like in that spot right there, Aaron just raises to 10 because Chip Wrangler had bet so tiny. And so that 10 and then 10 more on the turn that he bets, trying to take a little stab. That's 4 blinds right there.
Yeah, and then the 10 more pre-flop that he got out of him there.
Oh, so yeah, exactly. So he went from 0
blinds,
to 6.
He gets 6 blinds from a hand that would have just folded.
For sure.
So that's it. I really think that's a good read by... Ooh, now it's Frankie's turn to get pocket queens. Let's see if anyone can pick up a hand.
Looks like he's going to get a defend from Collector. A little surprising. I guess Collector must be very aware of positions because earlier he folded that queen 8 in the big blind. Now he defends, but Frankie's on the cutoff opening, and that was from early position.
Exactly. So he's looking to battle here. And he flops a piece, so he's not going to go away quietly. And Frankie misses this board a lot too, so he's actually going to put in the check raise here. It's not a bad play. Frankie has a lot of bet give-ups here.
For sure. Even a hand like this feels uncomfortable now because he's pretty much representing a 10 with the value part of his range.
Exactly. But Frankie can't let it go yet.
And I'm sure that Frankie also has an idea that Collector might do this with like some pocket pairs or a 4 to kind of protect his hand and take over the lead of the action.
Exactly. It's been kind of like a common trend.
This is an interesting card.
It is.
Frankie might have to hold on tight here. Oh, Collector gives him a break.
I think Frankie actually doesn't have that many ace-x in his range. But Collector sees this as a very bad card. And once he calls, you know.
Yeah. Maybe he's giving Frankie a little too much credit for like floating with an ace-high hand after getting raised when he probably wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly. And I think
I
think that right now we just have to call it being Frankie. The line doesn't really make too much sense.
No, it doesn't. Frankie sniffs it out. Great call.
It out. Good call.
Great call. Man, you know, I like the ambition from Collector on the flop there, and I think if he just sticks with the game plan from the beginning, he might get Frankie off of it.
Yeah, he might.
Right? But the fact that he slows down on the turn, I think that Frankie's like, would you ever slow down with a 10 here on the turn and then try and speed back up when the board double pairs? And, you know, and can you really have an ace? What kind of ace would you check raise me with on the flop?
Exactly.
So, yeah, like you said, the line's just a little bit fishy.
And most of like Frankie's calling range is kind of pairs, so the ace actually makes it like a little uncomfortable for Frankie. Because he could just like be check raising some random ace-x hands. But he would have to check that on the turn and then bet river, which is kind of unlikely. He would have to check raise an ace high, bet or check turn and then bet river, which is just so unlikely. So that's a great call by Frankie. For sure. And a pretty quick one at that.
Yeah. And I don't think it's impossible for Collector to do that, but he's got to be doing it often enough to make up for the price that Frankie's getting there.
And really, like, pocket queens, that's going to be a hard one to get him to lay down there anyway. So
yeah.
So we got an all in for Aaron here. Let's see if he can find the double. He's in a little flip.
Yeah, good luck, Aaron. $200 out there. This would get him back to his original starting stack. I'm sure he'd be feeling pretty good about it compared to the 100 he's sitting on now.
Oh, just a 9 right off the bat.
Yeah, flops him almost dead.
And he's dead now.
Dead. Yeah.
So gets the clean double.
You see our VPIP numbers. Chill Bill down there with the 0% is because he literally just sat down. That's Will in the 8 seat. That VPIP stands for voluntarily put money in the pot. I know that doesn't match perfectly, but that's where it comes from.
It's such a silly abbreviation.
Yeah. So that basically means the percentage of hands that each player decided to play or put money in with.
Voluntary put in pot.
Yeah.
Like, who came up with that?
It's a long one.
For VPIP, but it's the thing us poker players use.
Yeah. Like HP for hands played. That seems like it would be easier.
All right, Jack picks up pocket 10s under the gun. You can just tell Knock wants to get involved.
Rosey's got pocket deuces, but that percentage is going to be even lower than it normally would. Oh, and now it goes down to almost nothing because apparently both of the deuces are dead.
Oh, wow. So he's set mining without a possibility of hitting a set.
Yeah, and Jack's got to pick a pair. So Rosey can only win if it comes 4 clubs or 4 to a straight.
Or it just goes baller on it.
Yeah, makes a play.
Top set.
Yeah.
Pretty nice.
You better not make a play here.
Pretty nice. Little half pot bet. And that's just going to do it. The collector does not try to go after his gut shot.
Mm-hmm. I like that collector is mixing it up. I've seen him like speed up and slow down multiple times.
Yeah, for sure. He seems like he's reading the situations really well. He doesn't try to chase this gut shot from a U1 open from Jack and then a C bet into 2 people. But he decides to check raise Frankie opening the cutoff. So you can tell that he's very aware of the configuration that he's found himself in and just sort of attacking that.
For sure.
And even with the queen deuce offsuit, you know, like he just attacked that situation and realized the person couldn't really call down.
And I think with the 4 deuce hand that it showed really good recognition that Frankie's probably c-betting his entire range on that board. And so we have the best hand really often. And that's Will right there in the 8 seat with the blue hat on. Comes in firing, and really I like playing with Will. He always gives good action and gets everybody at the table riled up. Like,
Oh, yeah, he does?
oh, it's just like no matter what, like if he's in the game, people are going to be paying attention. Like it's polarizing too. Like, because he will needle people and he'll get under their skin, but then he'll also be best buds with another guy on the table at the same time. So it's just always great action. Yeah, it's fun.
That's good. I always love table dynamics. It's always fun when the table is interacting with each other. That's something I love about late night games. People put their phones away at like when it gets to like past midnight and it's just so engaged with the game. And sometimes at like 4 p.m. people are just on their phones and not really talking to each other. But late in the night or a couple drinks, like people are really just chilling with each other. Similar with the live stream, you know, the phones are away and they're just talking.
All right, Tricky Fish is going to open it up. +2 here with the 7-6 suited.
Chip Wrangler finds ace king again. So this is a spot that like 9-8 suited plays really well if you're 2,000 effective with Tricky Fish. But being only 200 effective, it's not going to play too well. But Jack finds pocket Jellos himself in the small blind, and he puts in the cold 4-bet. And we're going to have a pot here.
Yeah, Chip Wrangler could have just ripped it in here, but he decides to call and take a flop.
Yep. Against a cold 4-betting range, I don't mind just calling here. SPR is around 1.5, so really depends if Chip Wrangler hits or not. And whiff. What size do you like here in Jack's spot?
Actually, I really like this size.
I really like this size too.
I think this seems like just about right. Slightly more than 1/3 of the pot.
Yep. And it just sets up a nice clean turn jam. 450 and a 650 about, so.
And it keeps Chip Wrangler around with the 2 overcards and the heart. The ace of hearts there.
This queen might look scary, but it's not too scary. Ace queen comes in, but our jacks are still good against ace king.
And pocket 10s, pocket 8s are
Exactly. I would still rip
Really
it in
possible.
here as jack. All right, he decides to just go another small bet.
yeah.
This is
don't blame
cool.
him, honestly.
Yeah, this is cool line. I like it.
Yeah, we still have the best hand a lot, but we're trying to get paid too.
Exactly. But even though you're giving him a good price, it's like telling him, hey, I have a pretty good one.
Yeah. For sure. You're not likely to be bluffing when you do this. I don't think.
Like you could jam ace king on the turn but you're probably not betting 150 with ace king on the turn.
No, I think it's always value, sometimes thin and sometimes
But
kind
Chip
of thick.
Wrangler's like, you know what? One more shot at my ace or king.
Yeah, so Jello gets the max value out of ace high there.
He does.
Turns out the sizing was perfect choice, and I like it. I like it, honestly. I mean, it's just hard to imagine getting called by any worse hands if you just shoved. So you're kind of just protecting your hand at that point.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's just pocket tens, really, that we would be.
Yeah, and they'd have to be hero calling.
And now Chip Wrangler's like, man, I've already put in so much money in this pot.
Yeah, and I'm sure Jello's like, I don't really know what I'm trying to get called by except for exactly pocket tens here.
Yeah, except he knows he's good, you know.
This was a 3-bet cold 4-bet spot, remember, guys, so pretty tight ranges.
Yeah, I think Chip Wrangler's going to find the fold here, but maybe not. Yeah, it's so interesting with these going 3 streets when you could go 2 streets. And it's always that question, like, do I go 2 streets? Do I go 3 streets? But
Oh, and Jello gets the most.
wow, so sick. So sick. The guy, Chip Wrangler's like, why did you bet so small?
Yeah, so he actually read that more as strength. I mean, as weakness, I'm sorry, as opposed to that it was pure value. And
Yeah, and that's totally opposite to what I thought, so.
I would have thought that it looked pretty milky, too. Pretty value heavy, but Chip Wrangler might have just thought that Jello, like, all along the way was convincing himself to take another cheap stab at it and had made it to the end and was like, well, there's only one way I can win.
Yeah, gonna take one more stab at it.
Yeah, wow. And Jello breaking it into 2 bets there on the end gets the most, because I'm sure he's not calling with ace high if he shoves on the turn.
I don't think so. That's a great play from Jello.
Yeah, I love it. Good recognition, too, because my guess is that if it was not a queen on the turn, if it was a small card, that Jello probably would have just shoved.
Yeah.
Right, he's got less than a pot-sized bet left at that point.
I thought that was his plan all along, but.
But adjusted mid-hand there is my guess, and for the way betterment of his stack as he adds another, what, like $400 onto his stack there?
Yeah, $400, yeah, 4.
Wow.
Yep.
Great play, Jello.
That's sweet. It's going to make me question when I jam turn for value if I could just break it up into 2 streets. So that's pretty cool. And then again, we got Collector just pouncing in position here. Just another good spot for him. We got to open in a call, and he's in position in the cutoff with suited ace 3. And
yeah, I like it.
And Chip Wrangler's like, you know what? I just got stacked. I'm getting in there.
Yeah, and he's also like attacking his because he has such limited risk with Aaron only having a 200 stack. I'm assuming he puts in the 80 thinking if Aaron shoves, I'm just going to call.
Yeah.
Another 120 more.
Yep.
And he knows Aaron might be playing a little bit tighter because he's trying to preserve that shorter stack. Got a little reload here from Wrangler.
Wow, decides to float this with the 3 to the straight, 3 to the flush. See if he can take it away on some later street. And he gets there. He's not going away now, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, we might see another check bet called. No, he checks. Thought he might go after this. It brings in a gut shot for him.
Yeah, don't blame him. Like, a lot of what Chip Wrangler calls with on the flop doesn't really fold on the turn.
And Wrangler, instead of trying to get to showdown, looks like he was going to bet. Kind of depends on the sizing there, whether you're bluffing or just like trying to blocker bet to get to showdown or something.
Yep.
Value bet against ace high, like what just happened.
3.
Shows him a 3.
Shows him the 3.
They both had a 3. Got 54 of you guys in the chat. Appreciate everybody joining us tonight. We are in Dallas, Texas. We got Haslet House Poker here in the booth. I'm Nick, and this is Jack alongside me. We're here for 4 hours, guys. We are about 1/4 of the way through the session. And we got 3 more action-packed hours to go with the next-gen poker boys, the kings of poker social media, the biggest poker TikTok channel in the world.
Pretty crazy.
Wow.
Pretty awesome.
What a title.
That is. They are known across the poker community, all across the world.
For sure. I've heard stories of people who are not familiar with anything poker-related but have run into their videos on TikTok.
Wow. Okay, we got some action here. Cutoff versus button, ace king versus kings. And this is, Nock's going to be playing very aggressively in this configuration, so I expect to see a 4-bet out of Jack.
Yeah, this could get ugly for Jack here.
I expect a 4-bet and then a call from Nock.
This is also a straddle pot too, so yeah.
It's funny. Right before the stream, I had a conversation with Nock. He had pocket kings on the button, and he decided a 5-bet, and he told me he has no 5-betting range from in position anymore.
Okay, let's see if he lives up to it.
So I bet you that conversation is taking hold, and he decides to go with the flat. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see that. Also, last week, the boys, or 2 weeks ago, the boys played a hand against each other that was similar, and Frankie was able to fold queens against Rosey, and we talked about that afterwards, so I have a feeling Nock's just had that on the brain lately.
And now Jack is kind of in an awkward situation. Nock has a very strong range here, calling his 4-bet in position, but do you c-bet or do you just give up?
Do you think that Jack expects Nock to have any 5-betting range?
I don't know, because I don't know, honestly.
I mean, the pot's so big at this point, it's like every time you take a stab at it, you're ripping into those green and black chips. And you're just like, this is speculative. I got ace high, and I know this guy is super strong.
Yep.
I mean, right here, I'd be thinking Nock has like jacks, queens, kings, aces, maybe 10s, maybe ace king, the same hand. You're kind of just bluffing him off of the same hand. Because this board, and he rips it. Rips it right here. That's kind of interesting.
I think I prefer just a call again.
Yeah, I think I would usually call too, but I also don't blame him for...
Yeah, don't blame it at all.
Yeah. Jello's going to count it down here.
Yeah, a little posturing.
Yeah, I think so. A little posturing. Good way to put it.
Even queens in this situation, if Jack was to have queens, is not happy because Jack gets there. Ace King is probably not bluffing. And then kings and aces are also there. And if, like, Jack could decide to just go for it with Ace King, but you're kind of letting him off the hook by just ripping it there.
For sure. I mean, it seems like you're only targeting exactly queens at that point.
Exactly queens. And queens is not even happy in that situation.
Yeah, he might fold it. But Nock protects his hand.
Yeah, maybe not.
Because Jello did have running hearts, running straight, or an ace could improve him to win the hand. And you do prevent him from even seeing those next cards.
It's true.
Equity denial, very important part of poker.
And when Nock flips over the black king there, you just got to know he's got pocket kings.
Right.
Because he's just not ripping like ace king black on the 2-heart board.
That would be surprising to me.
That would be surprising. Oh, he decides not to. You could have 3-bet this, being Nock again. Oh. Yeah. So Jack opens hijack, king 8 of diamonds. Rosey calls on the button, and Tricky Fish completes. trying to catch a miracle, and he catches a
He
miracle.
catches it. There it is. And it's a queen for Rosey.
Yep.
Might lose a little money in this hand. Can see he's only got 12% chance to win, guys, even though he has that top pair. That's how well 3 of a kind does against a pair. Even 2 pair in this situation. I feel like we're lagging a little bit on the chat here, guys. Somebody send us some messages in the chat, and let's see if we're getting lag on our end or if...
Yeah, just chit chat with us.
Usually it's coming in really consistently throughout, so I have a feeling we might be a little frozen here.
Oh, makes the quads.
Wow. Beautiful. The king on the turn there is probably going to prevent him from getting paid as much. He's got quads.
He's got quads. What are you going to say about that?
And you hear not getting after him saying, did you just call with 3-9 offsuit? And Evan's going, I was getting a juicy price, bud. 10 to win 40.
Yep, I got crushed by 9-3 offsuit last night, too, honestly. Guy flopped trips on me as well. You would have loved it, Nick. He bet $5 into 600 at the end.
Did you try and bluff raise him?
I raised him for value.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
What'd you have?
I had pocket jacks. Overpair to the board.
Did he re-raise you?
No, he just called, and then I flipped over my hand so confidently, and then he just flips over his trips. And then he needles me the rest of the night. He's like, I've never seen someone raise so confidently and be so wrong.
Nice. Looks like we're 4 ways to the flop here. Chill Bill, who is Mr. Will.
Chill Bill Will.
He's got the best of it. Looks like Collector just folded 10-9 of clubs right there. 2 overs, 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush.
Yeah, just doesn't want to get involved in the 4-way pot with 2 behind him. Don't blame him.
Yeah, I'd be curious to talk to him a little bit about his thoughts on just general poker theory and strategy, because he definitely is mixing up his play and has some method to his madness. Would have improved a lot here.
Tricky Fish was trying to catch his trips again. This is a pretty tough spot for pocket sevens. You're getting a pretty good price. He decides to let it go. Don't blame him.
So your chip counts up there. This is how many chips each player has in front of them. Aaron is the shorter stack on the table, which kind of changes the dynamics of what strategies he can or might want to use. And everyone else is sitting with at least 200 big blinds. He's got a new subscriber, Cade Buck. Is that maybe how you say that? Appreciate that subscription, Cade.
Decides to go after it. They're not playing the 7-deuce game as far as I'm sure. He's just trying to win it. Just to show it.
For the glory.
For the glory. You got to sometimes.
Yeah, it looks like it might work. Everybody folds. shows the goods.
Oh, they are playing.
Oh, they are playing. Little flask draw right there from Wrangler, Chip Wrangler.
What was it?
This guy's got it like a sweet looking cowboy flask
Oh, nice.
on his side table. Chip Wrangler too. Like I didn't really give that name the full appreciation that it deserves.
Yeah,
That's a pretty sweet name for a cowboy.
Wow, that is. It's pretty awesome. Good luck, good name.
So they're playing $10 bounty on that seven-deuce, guys. We had thought that they were not playing it because we saw Jello just fold it earlier, which is also very reasonable. But if you do win any pot with seven-deuce offsuit, the worst, quote-unquote, worst starting hand in poker, then every player at the table has got to pay you a $10 bounty. Ooh, Collector's got the goods.
Yeah, we got something here. It's probably going to just get through, though.
Yeah, a little too much. Was he in the straddle there with the two kings?
Yeah, it looks like he was.
Wow, so 3 limps around on his $10 straddle. He goes to 60, which feels pretty reasonable, but
Yeah, pretty reasonable.
yeah, this time it gets through. Unfortunate for him.
Cade Bunch, when are we getting Haslet House reunion vlogs? It's funny, my wife was just talking to me about this today.
Really?
She's like, you guys got to put up a vlog, just a little life update.
Update
Now that you
vlog.
guys are all back in the Dallas area. So I would expect that coming, honestly.
Wow, nice. Yeah, and we had chatted a little bit about doing some kind of content. Not 100% sure what that might look like yet, but we're obviously doing this project with these guys here at Poker House Dallas Live and our buddies from Next Gen Poker. We are, I think we've appeared, made some like very light cameo background appearances in a few of their videos and are doing this commentary for them weekly. We're here on Sundays, every Sunday, guys, unless there is some kind of special event going like last week where the boys were out at the Hustler live stream game. We'll have to talk about that in just a few minutes.
For sure.
But we are going to be here every Sunday starting at 6 p.m. We're playing 2-5, 1500 cap. And if you want to play in this game, then all you need to do is join the Next Gen Poker Discord. You can find that by going to their Instagram or their YouTube page, checking in the descriptions for their videos. If you sign up for that Discord, then you will be put in a list or on a list where you can sign up for these live weekly 2-5 1500 cap games, and we're going to be live streaming them every week. You'll have us, Haslet House Poker, here in the booth. Chris will be joining us sometimes. We'll kind of rotate through here for you. But yeah, in terms of the content, we were chit-chatting about it a little bit.
Yeah, I think a little reunion vlog might be past due. It'd be fun to put up one vlog for the people that are still subscribed, and you know, we get a lot of questions all the time of what we've been up to, so
For sure.
do a little update on there.
Yeah, if we get some good feedback on that, it might inspire us. Who knows?
Exactly.
Got some playable hands here. It's let's see, was it open from Aaron? Oh, did Knock Limp squeeze these guys?
Man, I missed it.
I think that Knock limped. Aaron raises to 20.
Yep, that's right.
Collector calls in the small blind for 20.
Yep.
And then Knock, bang, comes in with the limp squeeze. Gets these guys off a lot of equity.
So Cade Bunch, it's funny that you say that because I was going to say right as we put up our reunion vlog, all the comments are going to be like, "Where's Alice? Where's Alice?" And you say, "What happened to the Asian chick wizard who was part of the crew?" She moved to Florida and is playing out in Jacksonville right now. I think she transitioned to PLO. We'll turn up the table talk a little more for you guys when they're chit-chatting about what's happening.
For sure, we'll mix that in. Yeah, and I'm sure we'll have to address Alice moving on. if we do a reunion vlog, but she is doing well in Florida. Kate, I'm guessing that you came over here from the post we made on Instagram. If that is the case, then we appreciate you being here, bud, and appreciate you watching our content in the past. We are going to be around Poker House Dallas here for the foreseeable future, and we play every Tuesday. We play mixed games here starting at 1 p.m. If you want to come by on a Tuesday, you can just say hello if you're playing in the No Limit games, or we'd be happy to have you hang out with us and play mixed games.
All right, they got it in, running it twice.
Oh, you're right. Oh, you're right. I forgot about that. He used 3 diamonds already, so we're not going to chop with that. Don't worry. Yeah, we're good. No, it's just an Amazon. Did I already? Oh.
Dang.
That's brutal.
Yeah, that is brutal.
Man, sees the killer card on the turn both times.
We're going to come back in for 200.
So Aaron's reloading for 200 there. Pretty unfortunate for him. He gets in his money pretty good. Ace high against queen high, and then sees the death card on the turn. Both boards. If you're unfamiliar with what they're doing there when they run those boards twice, basically you're just treating those as 2 totally separate community card boards. And then if one player wins one and one player wins the other, the pot will be chopped. And if both boards are won by either player, they'll win the whole pot. Got a like from Mr. Tom. Appreciate that. We've got some good hands here. It goes open from ace queen, flat in the cutoff from collector. And then Jello squeeze it. Oh, I'm sorry. Collector comes in with the 3-bet, and that's Jack with the cold 4. He's got the Jellos again on the button. And now it's back on Tricky Fish. This is a tricky spot. I think you got a couple of different options there. With these stack sizes, maybe it's a little bit awkward to go for the cold 4 and then still be able to get away from it. So he ends up just folding, and Collector, who's probably relatively far down in his 3-bet range, just decides to let go of the king 10 suited, and Jello's pocket Jellos are good for him again. Kylan asking if Jack's playing any of the Choctaw tournaments this week. He actually just stepped out for 1 second to grab something to drink, but I do not believe that we're going to go up to Choctaw this week. We talked about it. As we mentioned earlier, we were at WinStar this previous weekend and have been going there pretty often, and then we'll be here in Dallas, here at Poker House Dallas, playing during the week. And it looks like they're going to do maybe a bomb pot or maybe a flip. Each player's got $15 out there.
Am I playing any Choctaw tournaments this week? I'm undecided, honestly. I played a lot of tournaments this year. Did very well before Vegas, and then got crushed in Vegas. We'll see. We'll see if I go up there for the main or not next weekend.
Dude, it's just so hard with the tournaments because you can see, like, when you look at the results from online tournament players, it takes a long time for you to realize, like, if you're winning or not winning. Just a ton of variance in tournaments. So if you're playing live and you only get to play like 3 or 4 of them in a week, you know, the variance feels like it can last for months and months at a time.
Yeah, for sure. I just love tournaments, though. They're just so fun.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Total blast. And feels like it really brings out the sporting side of the game.
Exactly. You get a winner, and I appreciate that aspect a lot.
For sure. I got turned on to that this summer being in Vegas and kind of seeing the glory side of poker.
Exactly.
So it looks like they are doing a flip here, guys, where they each put in $15, flip the cards up, and are doing it PLO style. Looks like Jack down there has the nuts.
Does anyone have 2 pair? Oh.
Ooh. Nope. Looks like the nut flush is still good, which is kind of crazy when you've got 9 players each having 4 cards and they see all 5 of them. That the board pair does not make a full house for someone. So fun little thing to do there on the dealer shifts. And our dealers come through every 30 minutes, so they might be doing those every time we get a new one. Keep hitting us with the questions in the chat, guys. Enjoy bantering back and forth. It's been like a little bit slow this week. We haven't had really any trolls or needles coming our way, which is normally a pretty important part of our job. Deflecting those guys.
Deflecting the trolls. Classic online environment.
For sure. In the last couple of weeks, we've had someone who we still don't know who it is, who went through and made / changed the names of multiple YouTube accounts to be Chris Linza, Nick Morgan, Jack Peterson, and then are talking with each other in the chat.
That is hilarious.
Next level trolling.
Wow, that is good trolling right there. So we got a limp from Aaron, +1. ISO from Chip Wrangler. They both whiff, so we'll see who has the most heart.
Kylan's giving you some great advice here. Can't get that run good back unless you jump in.
Dang, you're true. It's true. I was talking with some friends yesterday, and they were like, don't even joke that you're not going to Choctaw. We'll see you up there. I was like, dang it.
Poker Monkey has the right idea. He's playing the tournament and going to get some casino games in while he's there.
The Choctaw is pretty nice these days. They did a little addition to the casino. New poker room, new area, new pits. I've always loved going up there.
So I'll answer Cade's question here in just a second. That's an interesting one. And then just wanted to say to Rice, he says, what's up? Sounds like he's on a nice little bender here. Played a tournament this morning and now driving to the next casino for a night tourney. And we still have some days like that, but trying to do a little bit more of the schedule keeping these days. And
nah, just run it up, Rice.
Right. I'm saying for
That's
us.
Awesome.
And I'm saying what I was trying to get into is that I miss those days of just kind of like going from one spot to the next with nothing on the mind except grind.
Exactly. So, ooh, we got a hand here. So Aaron limps under the gun. Jack ISOs and hijack with pocket jellos again. And Tricky Fish peels queens in the big blind.
Oh, boy.
So what do you do here, Nick? Do you 4-bet or you flat?
I think I would just flat here in position and take a flop. I
Yeah.
think our stack size isn't very good for 4-betting.
Yeah, I think that this plays really good as a flat in position as well. Make him play some streets out of position. And
Yeah, and it looks like Jello agrees. This is an interesting flop because it's really good for Tricky Fish's range, not so good for his actual hand. He's probably c-betting his range here. Looks like for about a third of the pot. Makes sense.
yep. And Jack's going to call here, which I agree with. Got to call once.
Yeah, and I'm sure Jack knows that Evan is very likely to be c-betting the range here.
I expect this to go check quite often.
So Tricky Fish gives up the lead, and now Jello bets to protect his hand and probably to try and get some thin value. Doesn't know that he might actually be bluffing Evan off of the best hand and 93% equity.
Yeah, it's quite a big bet here on the. There was 360. He puts out 175, so.
Evan holds on, and now I'm guessing it's going to go check and check. Yeah. And Jello loses a pretty big one there with Jellos. They had been good to him a couple of times, and
Yep, he had that nice hand, but then lost ace-king versus kings versus knock, and then lost jacks versus queens versus Tricky Fish.
so Kim is stopping by to say hi. Kim, we miss you, but we were here for mixed games last week, and you're saying we were MIA, but we were here from 1 to 1. Well, I got here around 3 to 4, but Chris and John were here to start the game around 1, and we played from 1 until 1, and we actually had a 15-30 and a 30-60 going. So had a good time. Hope to see you tomorrow. And it looks like she said she bought some placards. That's awesome. I can't wait to see them.
Are the placards the little things that say the games? Nice, because right now we just have them written on. Well, we have some nice plaques, but we have some just written on little pieces of white paper. So
Yeah, for sure. And I think you guys actually didn't cross paths yet. Have you met Kim? She was here 2 weeks ago. Came with Hayden to play mix with us.
I don't think so.
I don't think
I wasn't
so.
here 2 weeks ago.
So I don't think you guys have even crossed paths yet. And she's been a big supporter of the channel here and is a known member of the poker community. I'll just put it at that. But
I have heard of her, for
nice.
sure.
And we hope to see you on Tuesday, Kim. That would be awesome. Got Mr. Chris, the third member of our trio, hitting us up too, saying the commentary's great. Appreciate it, Chris.
Kim, just as simple and clean is always the best, so I'm excited to see them.
You gonna do this birthday shout out?
Yeah, we're shouting out. Ooh, it's going to be tough. From the Philippines, we got Chu Pa Burga. Happy birthday. I was just talking to someone playing cards about a casino in the Philippines, so that might actually be my next trip out there. I heard the game is really good. They run 2-5 every day, and you can get super cheap Airbnbs for like $30 a night.
Nice.
So, Chupa Maburga, come play 2-5 with me in the Philippines. That would be awesome.
Nice work with that name. And
Who's all in here? Do you know? I think Aaron's all in again.
yeah, I think it must be. I'd be surprised to see these hands all in with any of the deeper stacks. And right now, it's looking like a chop.
To answer Kylan's comment, I don't remember Austin. I might remember the face, but if he wants to pick my brain, just tell him to shoot me a message. I'd love to talk with him.
Dude, look at this river card.
Oh my goodness.
Ace-7 beats Ace-9 twice.
Scooped again.
7 on the end, dude. Oh my gosh. That's brutal.
Oh, they're going 3 times.
Oh, 3 times.
This is classic tournament.
Yeah. Oh, if another 7 comes, it is going to be epic. 7 of spades. Don't do it. Okay. Ace-7 still wins 2/3, so. All right, Kimmy. Well, we hope to see you as often as you can make it happen. I know you're busy. And Hayden as well. Don't know if he's there with you. What's up, Hayden? While they're chopping up this pod, I'll just go back to that question that was asking us about not doing content anymore. And I guess I'll just say that I don't have any regrets. I do sometimes think what would have happened if we kept doing it, seeing some of the opportunities that other content makers are getting and knowing we were in really early and had good chemistry and everything. But also that I can't call it a regret because I feel like that was just the natural course that our lives took. And for us to be able to produce the content that we wanted to, we would have needed to be near each other and have that more on the front burner of what we had going on in our lives. And it just wasn't really time for that.
Yeah, it takes a lot of work to put these vlogs together all the time. Most of your concentration is just responding to people, filming, making sure the vlog's out on time and all of that. For me, it just got too much, so I bought a van and ran away to the woods for a couple years. I was like, I can't deal with social media anymore. I gotta just go live by the river. But it's been an awesome course for all 3 of our lives.
Woodley says he needs to tip the commentators. Get out of here, dude. Come on. You don't need to tip us.
Yeah, I don't need a tip. I'm just chit-chatting, talking about poker for a couple hours. It's fun.
But I really appreciate that sentiment. What a nice guy. And Ryan, I heard you were on the alternate list tonight, so hoping to see you back in the game at some point.
Poker House Dallas for the win. I totally agree. This is the best room in the whole Metroplex.
No doubt. The aesthetics of this room just like far exceed what anything else can offer. They got 30 tables here. And even having that many tables, they still feel very spacious. Like you can move around in the room.
Exactly. It's not crammed in here.
Mm-hmm. Not crowded at all. Some of the competition, it feels like you get in there and it's like you're sardines in a can.
Yeah, don't want to name names, but everyone knows. What is the collector's shirt? It's a Cowboys with the little beer. I like it.
Yeah, I think it says the word chug there under his arm too, so I'm not sure what the rest of it is, but
Did Tom Brady win today?
they won, dude.
Oh, good work.
They won last second touchdown drive to win the game.
Wow.
Only touchdown they scored of the entire game. Comes in the last second to win it.
Classic Tom Brady.
Classic Tom, keeping him in it. And the other competitive team in their division lost. So they are actually the leaders of the division, even with this really tough start.
Wow.
Yeah. The division's not very good, so they got a great chance to make the playoffs. And you got Tom Brady on your team. You know, maybe some of those injuries or those injured players are coming back by that time. You never know. You never know. And say what you want about his personal life too, but I'm sure it's like a little bit of a load off of his mind that he's finalized things on that front, and he's you know, obviously it's going to weigh on you for a long time whenever you go through a decade plus long relationship and then it ends. But I mean, there's still a difference between being in the midst of doing all the paperwork and dividing assets and things and then being done with that stuff.
Oh, is it all done?
It's all done. All finalized.
Aaron's all in here again.
Oh boy. And Chill Bill has got the goods, and Tricky Fish is going to give him action.
And Chill Bill. There are 3 ways to it. So side pot between Tricky Fish and Chill Bill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm saying Tricky Fish is giving Chill Bill action.
Oh, yeah.
Totally whiffs on this flop. Chill Bill's got it on lockdown. 92% equity there. Come on, Aaron. Need something to go his way. No good. And Chill Bill's going to scoop. Okay. And that seat opens up. Aaron just, man, he got it in good twice and lost 4 out of 5 runouts. That's tough. That's tough.
That is rough. Sometimes it's just not your night.
Sometimes poker will just throw things at you mathematically that it feels like would have been a 1 in a million or 1 in a billion or like almost impossible chance that like bang, bang, one after the other, like these incredible cards come through. Like that right there. Let's say that he's like a 60-40 or 65-35 favorite in all of those spots, and then you run them 5 times and you lose 4 of them. That already feels like really unlikely.
It is very unlikely. But poker does have a way of doing that. And it seems like every day.
Yeah. No doubt. He says, no, thank you, though.
The polite decline of the straddle. I love it.
Like, I'd be happy to if you want to pay for it.
Yeah. You want to straddle? You want to straddle? No, thank you. Don't blame him. This is a spot that I just really love 3-betting in Chip Wrangler's spot rather than calling. You have to make a hand now. And if you just 3-bet out of the gate, you can win pre-flop, you can win with a flop C-bet.
And in this situation with Tricky Fish flopping the open ender and Chip Wrangler just having the 2 overcards, it might be tough for him to hold on, and he could end up folding a ton of equity. Well, not this time.
But he might float one time. He's got to check if he has a diamond, and sure enough, he does.
Turns that gut shot. Bricks on the end, so Evan's got the best hand. And Chip Wrangler is out of there.
Tricky Fish having a good night so far. Hitting flops, hitting turns. It's got the biggest stack of the table.
And that 9-3 hand sticks out to me. That's nice. You peel in the big blind with 9-3 off and make
Quads.
Yeah, a little 4 of a kind.
Just make a little 4 of a kind.
That's pretty sweet.
And get paid.
So, Jack, I know your wife has been playing some poker recently.
Yep.
What's that like, having her play alongside you? You having a good time?
Yeah, it's been great. She's had a couple rough sessions lately, which is quite a bummer. She played really well last night, which I'm proud of her about. But she's feeling not confident because she keeps losing. She had a good stretch for like 3 or 4 sessions and then has lost 3 times in a row now.
Well, that's definitely part of getting
it,
acclimated to the
exactly.
waters of poker.
Exactly.
Sometimes they're harsh.
She's like, it makes me lose confidence in the game. I was like, well, that's just part of it. But
yeah, I think just about everybody deals with that, right?
Yeah, exactly. I've been playing pro for like 6 years now, and I still have the days where I'm like, am I winning in this game? And then the very next day I have a big win, and I'm like, poker's so easy.
Yeah, oh yeah. We've all been there.
Yeah. I just wanted to have one of those banger sessions. One of the first sessions that I ever played, I ran up like a $2,000 stack at a 200 buy-in 1-2 game and just won this huge pot. I remember shaking, like trying to stack up the chips, and this lady was like, I don't mean to be rude, but like, you really should take a walk. I'm like, you're right, I am going to take a walk, actually.
Yeah.
All right, looks like Chill Bill opened button. Jack defends a flop bet, defends a turn barrel. And let's see what he decides to do on the river. I prefer just folding this one on the turn.
Oh, and Chill Bill bets 25, dude, into a 200 pot.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I would call. You're just getting such a good price.
Yeah, and he literally gets the max right there.
Gets the max.
Knows exactly what Jello has, it seems.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, the turn barrel, what's it? Chill Bill bet 60 into 80, and with second pair, no draw, I just think that we have to let this one go. We have some better 10s that we can call that have gut shots, but just a naked queen 10 there is not going to perform that well. You're just hoping that he's bluffing and then hoping he gives up on a clean river. So I prefer a fold there on the turn.
How about Will's $25 bet on the end with the 2 pair?
It's not my preference. I like going for value against an ace-x type of holding, but it gets the max there, and sometimes I wonder about these small little bets at the end. I have started to incorporate more small river bets like this.
It seems like he just had a great feel for where Jack was at and then just like targeted that hand.
Yeah, very similar to the Queens versus Jack 8 hand that we saw earlier from Chip Wrangler. Just have so much, whatever I'm trying to say.
They're not quite as attached to the idea of that, you know, emotional attachment to the 2 queens. So, like, I just have to play it to get his stack. It was like, I don't think he's got much, so I'm just going to play it the way to get him to put in some money.
Yep, looks like we got a new player here, the boy.
The boy.
I wonder what his face looks like. I have no idea.
Yeah, it looks like a ninja.
Yeah, I'm going to just... The ninja boy. He opens low jack. Chill Bill is going to 3-bet with the ace-king. But it looks like the ace-jack is going to out-flop the ace-king this time.
Yeah, the boy comes in and gets in a 3-bet pot and immediately flops top.
Yep.
This is...
I like the check back here from ace-king. That's going to get into some real trouble now.
Oh, boy.
I think... he checks back. The boy was going for the check raise.
Wow, and Will checks it back on the turn.
Triple check. This is a really cool line from the boy. And Chill Bill, I would really expect a check raise out of him now.
And Chill Bill's probably going to feel like calling.
Probably. This is a really cool line. I like this a lot. I like the decision to check turn and just instant call, and he gets 750 pot right towards him.
Will put that money out with confidence right there. I think And there is no way that he checked me 3 times with a better hand. But he did. Great patience displayed right there.
Yeah, I like going for these check raises on turn when the ace peels and they're likely to have ace X. Because they bet so often and then they feel obliged to call a check raise on the turn.
Yeah, and if they don't have an ace, then he's still going to be thinking that's a great card for his range and want to bet a lot.
Yeah, to represent.
I like it a lot.
Yeah,
and then
good.
he's probably thinking on the river there that if Will has an ace, he's always going to bet.
Yep.
And you're probably not getting much value from anything else.
Nope, doesn't have a jack very often because he didn't see bet the flop, and then he can either bluff river or he can value bet his ace on the river, and that's exactly what happened. And he felt obligated just to pay him off immediately.
So it looks like we got a straddle, double straddle here.
Yep.
It's Frankie in the 10. He's got the ace 9. He's going to bump it up, I'm assuming. Can't see how much yet. Looks like 65. And Tricky Fish is in that second straddle. He's going to defend, and then both players whiff on this flop. That ace of spades could come into play. I bet Frankie's probably going to... he checks. Interesting. I thought he would be betting really high frequency here.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky spot because you're going to get a lot of floats out of the straddle because you don't hit this board very often either.
Yeah. You're also going to get a lot of immediate folds.
Yeah, you are. I like Frankie's line here.
Yeah, so Frankie check calls on the turn, and we get an ace on the river.
That's a tough one for Frankie.
Uh-huh.
I don't like Frankie's peel on the turn here. I like the just check fold turn. When we don't have a spade, it's just really hard to continue on a lot of rivers.
Yeah.
Ace 9 with a spade, we can continue, but now we're going to get into some trouble here.
Yeah, I think Frankie's probably going to pay him off pretty quickly here.
Yeah, I got to pay him off on this clean river.
Yeah, it's hard to float with ace high on the turn and then fold an ace on the river.
Yep.
Frankie sees the bad news that 6 on the turn doomed him. He probably didn't expect that.
Yeah, I'm okay with the check call on the flop there with ace 9, no spade. But once we check flop and then check turn, I think just a fold is going to perform better on the turn. But a little bit of a cooler there once the ace comes on the end.
Yeah, for sure. Don't blame him for paying him off then.
No, no way. Once you're there, you got to pay.
Chill Bill just folds the 9-7 suited from the low jack.
Yeah, it looks like a double straddle's on again, so doesn't want to get involved.
Yeah, I like it.
This
And it was a good decision.
This is a tricky spot being so shallow now with in Knox position. Just go
Okay.
with the fold. I'm okay with that fold. I think that most likely, I don't know. I think I would have called.
How
But
much
Jack-
was the open? 65?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Jack's
it's like
only-
a 10th of Jack stack.
Yeah, it's really not. You don't really want a 3-bet, but you do want to see a flop. I think it's okay to call.
Feels pretty close to me. I don't mind the fold either.
Yeah, the fold. I don't mind the fold either. It's a very disciplined fold.
Yeah, I don't think I would find myself 3-betting there either with those kind of stack sizes.
Yeah, I wouldn't 3-bet.
This hand plays just fine if you go multi-ways too, so it's not like you're obligated to try and get it heads up and steal the initiative.
You're okay with the straddle calling as well. Then the pot's going to be like 200 and Jack's going to have about 700. So 3.5 SPR. It's going to be a tricky spot, but
I think I'd probably just fold too.
yeah, fold is good.
I like it, John.
Good work. Eddie Bat, what up? Thanks for saying hello.
Yeah, let's go, Eddie. Hope to see you on Tuesday, dude. Mixed Madness, let's go.
Mixed Madness.
Mixed Madness. We're playing draw games. We're playing stud games. I'm playing some Razducey. It's probably my favorite. That's Baducey, played as a stud game.
Don't mind a 3-bet or fold out of Rosey here in this spot, but he goes with fold this time, which I think is the more high-frequency play.
This game's getting a little spicy, huh?
Yeah, it's 2, 5, 10, 20 now.
Yeah, we've had double straddles on for the last 3 hands. Maybe they're doing an orbit. You'll often see people agree to do an orbit of straddles for the button to pass all the way around the table.
But Jack and Frankie are used to these stakes now. Boys were out in LA at Hustler playing 2040.
Yeah, dude. Let's talk about that for a minute.
That was pretty epic.
That was epic. And we had a little watch party going to see how they did. Had a great time sweating it. Saw some epic plays. A couple that stand out to me is right off the bat, Jello was in a pocket jacks versus pocket queens situation up against DGAF, who is an active, action-giving player, very aggressive. Gets into a squeeze spot, and Jello, in a spot where I probably would have lost my stack, ends up getting away from the pocket jacks versus pocket queens pre-flop in a great fold.
It was a great fold.
And then a few minutes later, uses pocket tens as a limp cold 4-bet shove to pick up a bunch of dead money. Just kind of back-to-back plays showing the difference between being able to get away from 2 jacks and then put the pressure on with 2 tens. And both plays were the right ones in the moment.
So Jack decides to limp the 20 straddle, which is fairly interesting because I bet a lot of people would expect him to be check raising, but he's just trying to get involved in this one. Or not check raising, limp re-raising. I think a fold is just best with this stack size.
Yeah, I agree.
With pocket deuces with the 20 straddle on.
Yeah, we've only got 35 blinds here.
Even though it's kind of scary to ISO this limp here, I think we gotta go for it in Frankie's spot with the ace queen. Even though Jack can be trapping sometimes. The boy is going to be put in a spot here.
Yeah, this is interesting.
This is a very uncomfortable situation having pocket nines. Oh, I see his eyes. The ninja. I could see him doing any option here, so we'll see what he decides to go with.
Yeah. Not surprised to see that. Looks like he's going to play for stacks.
Yep.
Now Frankie's going to have the spot. What do you think he's going to do, Jack?
I think Frankie's just going to fold this one.
I don't know. Definitely wouldn't be surprised if he does that, but I think he's aware that the big blinds are much less at this point. Where they working with about 75 blinds.
Yep.
Ace queen suited. I don't know how much he knows about the boy.
Yeah. New player to the game. Don't know if they've played together before. But don't imagine you have too much fold equity here.
He might just think he's got the best hand enough.
Yeah, for sure. That's the question.
Yeah. The boy kind of picked a sizing that looks like he committed his stack. That could come into Frankie's mind. Like he didn't go to a size where he's very likely to fold.
Just seeing how the table has played these double straddle pots, I personally would just fold this situation. I don't think that the boy is going to be attacking. But I don't blame this.
Okay, that's an interesting one. I think personally I would have chosen to just shove it or fold since he already put in a third of his stack, but we're going to take a flop here. It's safe for the boy, but there is an overcard out there. He's got a little over a pot-sized bet left. He's going to break it up into multiple bets. Comes with a little less than a quarter of the pot. Now Frankie's probably just going to have to let it go, right?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, there's 800 out there, and it's only 200 to call. And if the boy checks turn, we pretty much win the pot.
Yeah, there's 1.1 out there now.
So we can basically, I think that we can call with our 2 overs here. Ooh. And
yeah,
I mean,
I think I would do that. This is just about the worst case scenario for this hand. Bad flop. I mean, we were already thinking about folding pre-flop.
Yep.
I don't blame him there.
Yeah, really interesting situation there. You prefer just a jam pre-flop?
Yeah, I think I would just decide if I think my hand is good because I want to see all 5 of those cards.
Yeah, you don't want to like...
I don't want this to happen. Exactly what happened. We call, we whiff, and then have to fold without seeing the turn of the river.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if I think my hand's strong enough, then he's only got 900 back. You're already about a third of his stack. So it's kind of like, do I think my cards are good enough against the range that he would do this with? Because I don't think he's folding.
Yeah.
So it's like, is it worth flipping for 75 blinds or not?
Or not. What do you think about calling flop to get ace-king to fold with the turn jam? Because
feels like a little bit of fancy play syndrome, maybe. Just like targeting something a little too specific.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, he seems pretty tight in this configuration.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Just like if, let's say he had 2 kings and we're watching that take place. And if he had 2 kings instead of the pocket 9s. And then Frankie's just like floating the flop and like almost completely dead, especially if he's got 2 aces or something. I don't know. It just feel like it's gonna be hard to win the hand.
Yeah. Also expect him just to shove the 2 kings though on the turn, so we can just get out of there.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe that's a spot where I would underfloat.
Yeah.
Because I would just be folding there pretty comfortably.
Yeah. Don't blame me on that.
I mean, it's about the worst hand that we can have.
Yeah, it is. It's just so tempting to call 200 for 1.1.
Sure.
Because I almost think when he checks turn, like, I don't think that players are going to balance in a way that he's going to have very many check calls on the turn. And we still have all of our strong hands, like aces, kings, queens, jacks. So I think we need probably, like, should find some floats.
I'm with you, and that line of thinking does make sense. Which is why I like to just simplify the whole thing by just either ripping it or folding pre-flop.
Yeah.
And not having to do that tricky stuff.
Yeah, it's so tough calling a third of your stack, and then you're playing these pots with an SPR of 1, and you just don't know what to do most of the time.
Yeah.
It's just so difficult to play these spots post-flop. Frankie's just picking up hand after hand here.
Hmm.
No action here, though. Oh, no.
Looks like the boy gave him a little light tug here.
Yeah. A little bit like, hey, buddy, I'm going to beat you here in position.
Yeah. A little bit out of character from what I've seen so far, but it's only been a few hands. Just goes to show that you never know.
Yep. So what are you thinking on this board, like plan of attack wise for Frankie?
For Frankie,
I know it's going to just be a fold, but what's your normal play here?
My normal play would be to plan to bet twice.
Yeah.
And then we'll just reevaluate how it's going along the way by the time we get to the river, but mostly probably going to check down that last street.
Yeah, me too. I'll probably just bet half, bet close to pot, 80%, and then just check rivers.
Mm-hmm. Just
build that pot, take my equity, and
I'm with you.
Hope to get there.
We're about halfway through the stream, guys. We've been going for 2 hours. We just cracked 60 viewers. Appreciate y'all joining us tonight. Sorry we were off last week. We were just talking about the boys being out in California playing on the Hustler live stream. Max Payne Monday. I think Jello came back a small loser from that game, but made some epic plays, was just super card dead towards the end of it. And then Frankie came back a big winner, won a huge flip. I think that was the biggest pot of his life, wasn't it?
What was it, 11,000?
Something like that. It was pocket tens against ace king.
Yep.
He had the 2 10s, so he had the better side of that. What everybody calls a flip, but really if you ran 55, 45 equities over and over again, you'd do pretty good on the 55 side.
Yeah, you'll take the tens.
Exactly. So he was able to hold in that one and won, I think it was over $5,000 in the game. So great first showing for the boys. And now we just have an open and a call. Hijack cutoff.
Yep.
I think those plays are probably the most common plays. You could 3-bet the 6s occasionally just to isolate the opener, but I think this is totally fine.
Yeah, I like calling, trying to like get in people behind you just to make it more likely that someone hits something when you hit that third 6. But it's also nice when you decide to go for the 3-bet ISO and hit a 6 when they defend, because they never expect you having that 6.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm with you. I'm just calling most of the time there. Let other people build the pot for me. Just set mine and also prevent yourself from ever getting 4-bet off of your hand, which really sucks.
Yeah, definitely. Still thinking about that ace-queen hand.
What are you thinking?
So interesting. Mainly just if we can float the flop to jam turn if he checks.
Yeah, I think your line of thinking makes sense. In terms of just targeting ace-king with that play. I mean, you could do that just because of how tight his range is and how much ace-king makes up that range. And you're getting 5 to 1, so probably ace-king makes up close to 20% of his range.
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking.
But we also don't know that he's c-betting that every time.
Yep, so Rosey gets 3-bet here from Chill Bill with ace-jack of hearts.
And Rosey.
Lets it go. Good fold.
Good fold. I like it. And that's one thing that I've noticed about Rosey is that he is really disciplined to his game plan and doesn't like get roped into the emotions of the game very easily.
Yep.
All right, our viewer numbers are going up, boys. We are up to 70 viewers. Let's see if we can keep pushing it up and crack that 100 number.
Yeah, that would be dope.
For sure. And I actually forgot, Jack, we've been off for 2 weeks because the previous week we were doing the final table of our big $150,000 guarantee tournament where Mr. Eddie Bat right here in the chat, he took that down for over $50,000.
Oh, wow.
Wow. 50K score here at the local DFW card houses. That's sweet.
Wow, good game, Eddie Bat. That's an awesome score.
For sure. And Eddie comes to play in our mixed game with us. Also does commentary for this stream other nights of the week.
What do you think that the boys' 4-bet range is in that ace queen versus 9's hand? What would you assume when you're in Frankie's spot of what this guy could be making it 400 with?
I would assume Frankie would just shove with.
No, what is the ninja's range?
Oh, like what am I thinking? His 3-bet range?
Yeah.
Because Frankie just opened over a limp, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So I would probably guess that 9s was a part of it and higher.
Yeah.
I would probably say I would guess 8s were not, but obviously we don't know that since we only saw him do it with 9s.
Yeah.
Ace king, all combos.
Yep.
Ace queen, I would say, is a mix for both combos, offsuit and suited. And then I would also expect him to do that occasionally with maybe like some ace jack suited, ace 10 suited, or king queen suited.
Yep.
Could see those sneaking in there.
Yeah, I think so too. I think when those start squeaking in there, that we can just decide to rip it here. Because when we decide to call, those hands just win on flops that we miss. We almost have to hit an ace to win against those hands. And he's in there kind of deep, so folding ace-jack, like he might just call off with ace-jack, ace-10 suited, which would just be such a good situation for us.
Yeah, and what's our equity there on the flop whenever we whiff and his nines are still good? Well, we have about 30% probably.
Yeah.
So that's really unfortunate when there's an SPR of 1 and then we have to fold 30% equity.
Exactly. And we're getting such a good price.
Yeah.
2 to win 1.1.
For sure. So, yeah. If it's good enough to call, I think it's good enough to shove.
Yeah. And I really think that if we call flop there and float, that he almost gives up all of his ace-king on the turn. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he just sends it with his ace-king.
Yeah, I don't know.
And if he does, then the float is probably a little worse if he decides just to, like, he has to have, like, his check folds in the turn to make the float profitable.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would have to check and then fold almost every time because, you know, it's not like we're just risking the 200 then. We're going to be risking our entire stack.
Yeah.
So I think it's got to work pretty often to justify putting in 200 right now just to get that opportunity to make that play sometimes.
But I almost expect to fold 100% once he checks turn.
I don't know. Yeah. I'm not sure about that part.
Maybe he finds some calls with, like, some pocket 10s and pocket 9s that he decides to check. And maybe he checks some overpairs. Maybe I'm underestimating that. Overpairs.
Yeah, I think that's the problem then why I would like push back just a little bit on making a play like that is because there's so much guesswork involved.
Yeah.
And like no one, you know, like I have no idea what he might do.
I just find that 3-bet, C-bet, check line is pretty exploitable.
All right, so.
There you go. Knock picks up a hand here.
Yeah. And it's going to drive Rosey out with that 7-deuce. Wonder if he would have made a squeeze play himself if given the chance.
Knock just wants to play some post flop, but not going to happen this time.
Yeah, he goes a little bit big there to.
40 call and then 175.
Oh, was it? Okay. I didn't see the call in between.
Yeah, I like this sizing.
Tammy says, welcome back in the chat. Thank you, Tammy. We're going to try and be here every week for the foreseeable future on Sundays doing the commentary for you and having these next-gen boys host this 2-5, 1,500 cap game.
Yeah, I like this call from Knock here with ace-jack suited on the button. Invite some people with some dominated hands in the blinds, and no need to really 3-bet the early position open here.
Oh,
Flop
yeah.
the stones.
Let's go.
But again, nobody has anything.
For sure. And that was Knock that flopped the stones earlier with the ace-king, wasn't it?
Yep. And he's going to bet small again a fourth, but no one has anything to battle with at all.
That's brutal.
Sometimes run bad.
Knock's getting with the needles over there.
Yeah, some funny little needles there.
Yeah, that was good table talk. Table talk.
I'm with Knock. I like betting this flop.
Oh, yeah, me too.
No need to check back here. What's the queen 3? Like, you know, he's asking, I have queen 3 off. Like, what do you expect me to do? Well, it's like, you're not going to do anything later in the hand either.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to bet for value right now and build that pot with the nuts.
For sure. I think those guys still have plenty of hands that they checked, but still want to peel one off with.
Oh, yeah.
And I like that Knock went with a small sizing that keeps all of those hands around because, as Evan said, and I do agree with him on this point, there's not much to be scared of. So
Not much to be scared
I think that's just more of a reason to change your sizing, though, as opposed to change your strategy about betting for value.
Yep. But also, we don't get to see if he makes a royal flush, so we got to think about that, too.
That's true.
If you bet and everyone folds, you might have a royal that you never see, so.
Satisfaction equity.
Exactly.
Because it's so satisfying to see those hands
you
come in.
might as well check it back to see the queen of spades.
Would you ever consider using that as a final determining factor in a mix, if you're in a mixed spot?
No. But I have only made 2 royals in my life, so it is pretty exciting.
Oh.
So is this a 3-bet usually for you, or is this a call?
With the nines?
Yeah.
I'd say this is mostly a call.
Yeah, mostly a call for me too.
This would be more so like I would 3-bet if I just specifically wanted to isolate the player that it opened.
Yep.
But just as a general configuration, I would call. Especially with the opener being +1.
Yep. Get cold 4-bet by the aces here.
Oh, Frankie 3-bet.
Yeah, 3-bet, and then
See.
we do have, you know, 125 more to call against a very strong range. The set is really valuable in the situation, and we're still winning against his ace king, ace queen type of holdings that might take the 4-bet. So
Yeah.
I'm fine with just peeling here, being so deep. A little shorter, I might just fold.
It's another decent reason to just flat the button too, though, is you give yourself a better price when you get squeezed. And
Yep. Although it's very rare to get cold 4-bet, I think. And then now that we're in this spot, I think we got to continue again.
oh yeah, he's definitely gonna call once.
Yep, pretty good flop for pocket nines here. So, and we're getting a really good price.
14% equity. I feel like when I'm in this spot, if the other guy had an overpair, it feels like you win so much less than 14% of the time.
That is true. You got to learn how to peel off that 9 on the turn.
Okay.
Like Frankie's about to do. Just pop this 9 of hearts right here.
That's the secret.
Three. I'm just going to let the 9s go at this point in the hand. I'm going to believe him. Again, I think that people are very unbalanced in these type of spots where they don't double enough with bluffs and they double with a large sizing a lot with overpairs.
I mean, probably his only hand that he could bluff with would be ace king.
Exactly. And I think that like so often.
He's probably just got ace king of clubs that he would bluff here.
Yeah, and he still has, you know, jacks. He might have 10s too. 10s, jacks, queens, kings, aces. So we call to see if he checks turn pretty much. Kind of similar to that last hand, you know. A little different, but once here, I just prefer the fold.
Yeah, good fold.
Yep.
And I'm wondering if Frankie maybe went for the 3-bet pre-flop because Will's sizing. He went to 15 instead of 20.
Yeah.
I wonder if he went 20 if he would flop more.
Yeah, I do wonder about that. I would also be more inclined to 3-bet against a 15 open than a 20 open.
Me too.
I see 15 at 2-5, and I'm like, you don't got anything.
Feels a little weak.
Yeah, it does. But good play from Frankie and good hand from Evan.
Evan, yeah.
Good hand from Evan.
Yeah, it's funny too
I
because
like Evan's line a lot. I think the small bet on the flop is good, and then I like sizing up on the turn there.
yeah, I agree. Yeah, I was gonna say it's funny because like different parts of the country, those $15 or $20 opens, you know, like can be more of the standard. So like you could go out to somewhere else and play poker, and the standard's 15 and doesn't indicate weakness at all.
Yeah, that's true.
And then you come here and it may feel totally different.
Yeah, Vegas is a place that 15 is very common in the 2-5 games. Colorado, 15 is not common.
If the games are tough, 15 makes more sense because from a theoretical standpoint, you're really risking X amount to win how much is out there. So if there's only $7 out there, 15 is already more than 2x the pot.
Exactly.
Right? So that makes sense theoretically. But when you get into loose games where people are playing a lot of hands, now your raise has more benefit than just winning the $7. You're getting people to call with worse cards.
Exactly. I was in a hand last night. We were playing 2-5, and the open raise was just to $100. And people were calling with 10-8 offsuit and whatnot. So when you're not playing for blinds in those games.
Exactly.
So Chip Wrangler calls the straddle and then defends a raise, and then now flops top pair. Ooh, that is a gin card for Chill Bill. Just turns the nuts.
Oh, yeah.
Always satisfying to see bet the gut shot and peel it off on the turn like this.
Feels like that almost never happens.
Yep.
C-bet and drill the gutter.
So in Chip Wrangler's position here, once we face a pretty large bet, I think, which is coming from Chill Bill, I like just folding this top pair because similar to the concept earlier, we don't have any redraws. We can call with some better queens. King, queen, queen, jack. Even 10 jack, I think, makes a better call than queen 5. We want to be able to perform on certain amount of rivers. Chill Bill goes with the overbet here. I like this play. A lot that can continue on this board.
Yeah, when you've got those straights and you're not blocking the pairs, two pairs sets, those are usually good times to go for big sizes.
Yep, there's a smaller straight that also fills being 7-8 that you could hope to cooler here. Two pairs also. Pairs and flush draws. A lot of stuff to get value from here, so I like the decision to overbet here. Chip Wrangler might feel inclined to continue, but he gets away from it. Good fold.
Yeah, you might lose value against this kind of specific weak queen hand, but some of those other ones that you talked about aren't going anywhere.
Yep.
So if he had a called right there, I think the pot would have been about 650, and then Will has 850 on the river. Checks to him. What's he going to do?
Oof. It seems so strong to rip it here.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, it does seem huge. It almost seems like kind of impossible to get stacks in here. I think I might go smaller on some brick rivers because I think a lot of his continuing range has a pair plus a jack or something like this. So I like the bigger turn, but I would advocate for about a third on the river, I think.
Do you think there could be any merit to going with the smaller size on the turn to get called by more of those medium hands and then go for a big bet on the river since we're not going to be able to get a stack anyway?
Yeah, definitely. I just think there's some bad rivers that come for us.
There's some,
any
yeah,
king,
especially a club.
Any jack, any 8, any 7. These all bring one-liners. So board pairs and 4 other cards. So 8 out of the 13 ranks bring us pretty kind of an action and clubs. So I think with that, I like a bigger bet on the turn. But then there's also a really good argument for going big bet turn, big bet river to target those 2 pair types of holdings. But you would expect 7-8 to rip it in there probably.
Yeah.
But 2 pairs probably not going to raise you to this size. And he probably doesn't have sets either because he didn't raise pre-flop.
All right, dude. So we are starting the stand-up game right here, which is where every player is going to be up out of their seat, and they are not allowed to sit down until they win a pot.
I gotta say, this is such a perfect time to get aces on the button.
Oh, yeah.
Like, right when you start the stand-up game, you just peel aces on the button and cut off opens. You're just loving life in this situation. People don't believe you.
Oh, shoot, dude.
Yep.
Tricky Fish is trying to get tricky.
So this is the spot that me and John were talking, or me and Knock were talking about earlier. I think that the boy should continue here with the call.
Wow, so Tricky Fish, he's got the 7-deuce and the stand-up game at play double.
Yep.
So if he wins this pot, I mean, he's got the glory on top of it, too. A very first hand in the stand-up game, showing down the 7-deuce, getting the bounties, first one to sit down.
Yep.
All of that piled up has made him decide to 4-bet into the boy who's not going anywhere.
Not going anywhere.
Woo, he's got 2 aces and 1.6K to play with. How much of it can he get?
I just really prefer a flat in this situation from the boy. And he just loses all of his action.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It's just, you get all of his bluffs out. No one's happy against a 5-bet in position. It's always like aces or kings when people decide to do this. And who knows, like maybe on a board that comes ace high or king high, like 7-deuce might just go for it. And if this guy always has 7-deuce, that's 16 combos that just are instant folds.
I think they're only offsuit. I know that's kind of a small factor, but
Okay.
I don't think 7-deuce suited counts for the game.
Okay. Anyway, you just get rid of all of his bluffs, and like just nothing's continuing out of position to a 5-bet.
Yeah, you're kind of deciding like, well, instead of playing the hand out and allowing him some chance to realize some equity, instead I'm just going to try and cooler kings.
Exactly. And
although you also give him that chance to do something spazzy, you know? I mean, I'm kind of assuming that this deep, if it goes open 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet, that he's probably going to get away from like ace king or even maybe pocket queens, pocket jacks.
Yeah.
But who knows? People put money in with those all the time. So
yeah, for sure. And look at this. The boy just peels 10s again. Tricky Fish is really trying to get sat down here. He's going to get instantly 3-bet again.
Yeah, we're going to start getting into some metagame dynamics here with these guys back and forth.
Yep.
Evan lets this one go.
I think this is a little too big of a sizing here. Maybe not, but just how the game's playing right now.
What did he go? 15 to what?
65.
Yeah.
It's like fine.
Yeah, I think it seems good.
They're really deep too, so.
Yeah, Andy just popped him in that previous hand, so he probably thinks he's going to defend pretty light.
Yeah.
Give him a little zinger.
Man, I just wanted to see some post flop with the 7-deuce and the aces. The worst hand and the best hand in a post flop battle.
Yeah, right?
We didn't get there.
And there on this end of the table, you can see our 4 next-gen boys. Jello, Rosey, Frankie, and then in the white hoodie there, that is Knock there. Video editor does all the work on their vlogs that you can find on their YouTube channel at Next Gen Poker. They've just been crushing the social media poker game. And they're crushing the real-life poker games too, Jack. I think they're all 3 really good players.
Oh, yeah. The boy is just feeling himself here. He's like, I can't lose right now.
So this is an open from the boy?
Open from the boy, a call from the ace-4 of spades on the button, and a little defend with the 9-5 offsuit, trying to get in there making quads like the boy Evan.
Yeah, I think I'd just let that one go pre-flop. Even for the juicy price.
No doubt about that. But you got to fight to sit down sometimes.
Yeah, I always think about like how much those individual decisions add up price-wise to try and save that $80. Especially when you're going to... It's not like on average, if you don't play crazy, that you're going to have to pay out the whole $80.
Yeah.
On average, you're probably going to pay out like $10.
For sure.
Because a lot of the time you'll just get dealt a good hand and then you'll be able to sit down.
Yep. And you just paid off $10.
It's already done.
I've never played the stand-up game.
I haven't either, but it definitely ropes people into the emotional dynamics
Maybe
of
I'll
not
just-
wanting to be last.
Maybe I'll just try it on like a normal game. I'll be like, do you guys want to play the stand-up game?
Everybody stand up. Little old lady just standing for like 20 minutes. You can't sit down, Margaret.
She's the last one to sit. Maybe $80. All right, we're going to get some action here. Plus 120. Tricky fish. Gonna 3-bet the ace-queen offsuit.
Yeah, I've enjoyed watching Tricky Fish play tonight. He's got a lot of playable hands.
That's right. So what are you going to do here out of position? We talked about flatting the jacks in position to a out of position 3-bet. But when you get 3-bet in position early, are you likely to call or are you going to 4-bet here?
This is a call all day for me. I think early is pretty strong, and even with the dynamics of the stand-up game going on and Evan being relatively active, I still know him to be like a solid player. I don't think he's getting super crazy out of line. Obviously, we're not going anywhere, but I don't want to 4-bet and bloat this pot dramatically out of position. We're too deep.
I'm with you. Like when we 4-bet here, we're going to go to a sizing of like 270 or something, 250. And that's still going to leave pretty awkward situations post-flop. So he decides to go with the 4-bet to 225.
Yeah, which isn't like crazy
No,
or
it's not.
unreasonable.
I don't think so at all. I just prefer to play these situations as a flat.
I want to pace myself in the hand, and like it just feels like it's going to be out of control on almost any flop if he continues.
Yeah, so we're going to get a continue out of Evan here, and really anything but a set is going to get fairly tricky for Frankie. Just being out of position. Tricky fish, likely to float a lot. And the queen seems like a pretty innocent card here once you get 3-bet, call 4-bet. But Tricky Fish has made top here. And he's going to get some money from Frankie in this one, I think. Already almost $500 in the pot. They have 1.6 behind. I do expect a small C-bet out of Frankie here. But he goes with the check.
That's surprising. I would have thought he would see bet his range here.
Yep. I don't mind a check in these spots, though.
I mean, I think he's only got like jacks, queens, kings, aces, ace, king, and occasionally ace, queen.
Yeah, maybe some, like...
Rarely something else.
Yeah, rarely something else.
Because this was a +1 open.
It is easy. Once you 4-bet, it's just C-betting range is likely a good option on a lot of different flops. Tricky Fish being a tricky guy here.
Yeah, he is. Oh, boy.
Bad card.
Yeah, Frankie's going to lose another bet here. I guess Tricky Fish, he turns that gut shot and just wants to be a little tricky. Maybe thinks Frankie's got like some ace-king, pocket jacks are very likely candidates.
So if I'm in Frankie's spot here and decide to check the flop, I'm probably going to go pretty large sizing here on the river, targeting basically 8s, 9s, 10s, and I like his sizing here. I like his sizing here. I like Frankie's line here throughout. I think that it is easy to C-bet range on this flop, but I don't think check is unreasonable.
I don't think I'm with you on this one. I think that I would not 4-bet pre-flop. I would always C-bet. The river feels a little thin. Don't know that Evan's even 3-betting pre-flop with 7s, 8s, 9s, maybe 10s exactly.
This is a really tough spot.
Yeah,
that's what we
this one's
predicted.
tough. All right, let's get a little table talk up
Yep,
here. Want to
yep.
hear this. Tough spot for Frankie.
What's he going to do, chat? Is he going to call or fold?
Yeah, 1 for call, 2 for fold. I feel like there's definitely some kind of lag on our chat right now.
Just a really tough spot for Frankie here. And I think this all comes back to his decision to 4-bet pre. You're going to get into these all-in situations when you decide to 4-bet. When we could have called and basically just called down.
He calls. Yeah. Tough one.
Yeah, really tough spot.
And Tricky Fish's tricky check on the turn right there gets him paid.
Yep.
You know, that was a kind of above the rim play right there. Gets the perfect river card.
Yep.
Goes for it all, and Frankie feels too attached to the pot to get away from it. Poker just offers up those spots where you get to the end and you're like, man, I can't really think of any hands that I can beat, and I also can't really think of any hands that beat me. So I'm not really sure what to do here.
Exactly.
Like, would he do this with, like, was he gonna call with, or is he gonna bet ace king and then check back and then turn it into a huge bluff?
Yep.
Is he gonna do something crazy like this with pocket tens? Like, who knows what the heck he's got?
Yep.
Looks like we're getting a little color up here from Evan. Oh, and here comes some of our
4K pot. Big one. Where are my Chip Wrangler fans at? That is me. I love the guy's look. I wish I could pull it off. I'm moving to Texas. I moved to Texas just so I could dress like this.
Yeah, dude. We gotta get you to the Wrangler store, buy you some jeans, a belt buckle, cowboy boots.
I mean, Nick thinks I'm joking here in the booth, but I'm trying to wear those jeans and boots.
I don't think you're joking. I can see it. I can see it.
I got to get to the gym a little, I think, though.
Actually, Jack here told me the other day that he was interested in going out to do some hunting, learning the ropes of hunting deer.
It's true, I am. My family has never been into it, but I'd like to eat the animal that I shoot.
I talked to my dad about it, actually. He said that he's happy to take you out. Probably the first time you go, he would advise you just to learn how to shoot the gun and maybe shoot a pig.
Yeah, cool.
And then the next time you could go out for a deer.
Sweet. Oh, Rosey goes with the 4-bet.
Wow, Rosey. This is...
It says pre-flop knock just 3-bet.
Yeah, I think Rosey went with the cold 4-bet. Because once somebody's opened and then they fold, it actually drops their action off of the action tracker, which is strange. But I think it was open, knock 3-bets to the small blind. Rosey cold 4-bets in the big blind. Gosh, I love Rosey's play.
Yep.
He just like waits for those moments where it's like things have lined up. He gets a lot of credit, right? Yep. He's not like constantly getting out of line and losing his credit. And then here he comes in a few times a session with the sweet little cold 4-bet and a great spot for it.
Yep.
And outflops him. Probably would have been c-betting on a lot of boards that are good for him, and Nog wouldn't have been able to hang on anyway.
Yep, great play from Rosey here. I love it too.
Yeah, man. Rosey's a man after my own heart there. Solid play, and then hit him with the surprise attack.
I also like the Nog's decision to call the 4-bet. We were getting a very good price, and Woodley says, nice pot. Tricky Fish earned himself that one. He has jammed all sorts of trash on the river on stream before. Yeah, that was a great play by Tricky Fish.
Yeah, and thanks for that inside info, Woodley. Appreciate you being here with us. Wish you were in the game, dude.
Yeah, I wish you were in the game too, dude. I've really enjoyed watching you play.
Woodley is kind of the master of tricky play.
Oh, Woodley is a pleasure to watch. 60.
Brian, our dealer there, is part Asian, so he can get away with that.
My sisters are Asian. So
Jack's sisters are Asian.
I can get away with it too. Shout out to one of my sisters who was watching the stream.
Oh, nice.
Yep. She texted me. She said, "Looks like you're taking a trip to the Philippines."
Oh, is that Paige or Bing?
Paige.
Nice. What's up, Paige? Hope you're killing it in the kitchen. She is a culinary wizard, from what I hear.
Yep.
It's crazy. Me and you have been friends for so long now that, like, your sisters were kids when I met them, and now they're, like, grown-ups.
Yep.
Wild.
I know.
Weird how that happens.
Yeah.
Kids turn to grown-ups, and it happens faster than you expect.
I was a kid when we met.
Yeah.
And now I'm a married man.
Don't know if I use the word grown-up necessarily, but just kidding.
I wouldn't use it for you either, bud.
Yeah. I wouldn't want you to.
But you just had a birthday. How old did you turn? I didn't even ask.
Ooh.
34?
34 years old.
Ooh,
I
34.
know. Okay, okay.
Up there. Kind of closer to 40 now than 30.
Okay, let's get back to this poker here, but
All right,
mathematically that's not true. The boy mixing it up again.
Rosey, I had the king clubs now that I think about it. What did you have? Because I had king 9 with the king clubs. I don't know. You bet pocket 10s on that block?
So guys, don't forget we got the stand-up game going here. We still have several people in the mix.
Yeah, wow. I totally forgot about that game with that huge pot that we just had between Frankie and Tricky Fish.
Mm-hmm.
And Frankie's still standing.
Yeah, he is. And Evan is sitting pretty. He's had a great night so far.
Really great night. He's sitting with that nice stack of all different variety of colors. Love to see it.
Mm.
There we go. We haven't seen the collector in quite a bit. He's been a little card dead.
Yeah, I was trying to read that shirt too. It says like first in chug or something in chug.
Knock's going to take the spot with 7-deuce. I don't blame him. Like, we get a call and then a raise to 20, which seems pretty weak, but I think the collector just knows that he has a very tight image right now, so he's just going a smaller sizing just so he'll get action.
Snap fold from Mr. Knock with the 7-deuce. I'm not sure how I feel. I'm a little conflicted on whether we should be more so going for it with the 7-deuce when the stand-up game is on. You know, it just gives you one more chance to sit down. But really the other side of me is saying people are going to expect you to be even looser than normal, and you're not going to get that same credit that you might get in another situation.
I don't even know if I've ever played the 7-deuce game, but every time I watch it on stream, everyone just seems to lose money with it.
Yeah, right.
Look at that nice stack that Tricky Fish has.
Mm-hmm.
How many bets do we have to get in for each?
Yeah, guys, those purple chips that he's got on top there, $500. The black chips are 100, greens 25, and the red chips are $5. Oh.
Frankie gets aces, and Tricky Fish has 7-deuce on the button.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if he doesn't take this spot.
Me too. And we just talked about it. It immediately comes back up. Chip Wrangler lets the king-queen go pretty quickly. Good fold by him.
Yep.
That could be a tempting spot when it's cut off open, button 3-bet, and you're still standing up.
Yep. What sizing do you like here?
I think like 2.5x feels kind of natural.
Yeah, I like that.
Like 270 maybe, a little bit bigger than that. Out of position. Also don't want to like give away the strength of my hand.
Yeah, 275. I think it's a good sizing, but
Yeah.
And Tricky Fish down almost 500 bucks in the 7-deuce game.
I know. It's like the only thing that's not going his way.
He keeps running into aces with
Yeah.
the 7-deuce.
Who would have thought? You keep putting your money in with the worst hand in poker and you lose money. So the boy has come in and he's got the highest VPIP in the game. A little surprising to see, but
He's also picked up some hands.
exactly what
And he
I was thinking.
doesn't have as many hands played as the other people in the stream, so
For sure.
I expect that number to go down a little bit. He hasn't really been getting necessarily out of line.
No, not at all. Actually, I think he's played really well so far.
Yep. He did open Jack-9 offsuit in the hijack, but he was on a heater, and you got to ride that heater.
Heater, baby.
If you guys win 2 pots in a row, you better be raising that next hand. Heaters are real.
Hashtag heaters are real.
That's right.
I was just driving over here today looking at some birds sitting on a power line over the interstate and
Yep.
thinking about the birds aren't real conspiracy.
Yeah.
And I was like, how do they write off that people go hunting for birds all the time and just shoot random ones outside and they're always full of bird meat instead of robots?
Pretty advanced robots, I would say. We can now eat the robots.
The birds are so fake that they made them like real birds again.
Jack says you have to 4-bet the 7-deuce.
Oh.
And Tricky Fish comes back at him and says, when have you ever 4-bet the 7-deuce? And that's a fair question. I've never done it.
Did Jack have an answer for that?
No.
No.
I like the table talk here. They're needling each other.
Yeah.
They're going after each other.
And that would have been a 5-bet with the 7-deuce, actually. I believe it was Frankie.
He was talking about that last hand against the boy. Yep.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Just looking at the boy, just eyeballing him down, he's not the kind of guy that I would want to 4-bet light with 7-deuce.
No. If I can't see your face, I'm not going to 4-bet you light.
There's a tell if you come play with Jack at Poker House Dallas. Cover up your face, and you're going to get it through every time.
Yep, it's true.
So we got 2 of our next gen boys still standing there. Is Frankie still standing too?
Frankie is still standing.
So
He's
all
good.
3 of the next gen boys are remaining in the stand-up game. And that's it. It's just the 3 of them.
Oh, really? Jack limps 4-deuce offsuit. I don't know if that's...
Maybe that's a big blind or...
Oh, no. We got a correction. Frankie won with aces. That's right. Sorry, Round.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, he's
Thanks,
sitting
Rounder. Thanks, bud. Okay, I don't know what Jello's doing here. Did he just limp call?
He's getting in there right now. He wants to sit down. And now he flopped a gut shot.
Let's put some more money in there.
I mean, why not? You have a gut shot. With a hidden $80 in the pot.
It's not hidden, though. Everybody knows he's trying to sit down.
It's true, but you can't see it visibly, you know? I would peel here with the 4-deuce. Oh, going for it. Limp calls.
Oh, boy. This is not going to work.
I also believe that it's not going to work. But when you hit the 3, you get a full double.
That's a good point. Good luck, Jack. Let's see if we can drill a 3 here on the turn.
Nope.
No, it does improve Evan's hand a little bit. He turns a gutter, which
Probably.
means he's probably not going nowhere.
Probably going to have to give up here when the razor bets into 2 people and then calls your check raise with someone behind him. He's very strong in this situation, and Jack wisely decides to give up. Rounder, I totally agree. I want to add this standing game to my home game. It's great for action. I'm a fan. I'm totally a fan too. I'm gonna get people to try to do this at the casino or at the card house. It's a fun idea.
So I guess with Frankie sitting, that means it's only Rosey and Jello. So I guess he just decided to limp call with any 2 cards there and see if he could sit down.
Yep.
At that point, it's sort of like if you lose the game, or well, with 2 players left, let's say that they each win it an equal amount of the time, so it's going to cost you $40. How much is Jello in to this game for now, trying to save that money, do you think?
Yeah, I'm not
We've
sure.
seen a handful of plays.
Called the 10 with the 9-5 off, and then just had $135 in that one, so about $150. So does the player that stands up, they give $10 to everyone sitting down?
Yeah.
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
So we got the boy raising the king deuce of diamonds. Chip Wrangler just decides to flat the jacks.
Oh,
and
boy.
Jack's got the 7 deuce. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's going to get stacked. This is a really awkward situation for Jack because...
Yeah, he goes to 200.
Which basically commits himself.
Yeah, and it's going to be really awkward if Chip Wrangler shoves.
Chip Wrangler jams.
He just calls, which kind of lets Jack off the hook a little bit. If it becomes a really good board for Jack's range, he might get Chip Wrangler off of the 2 jacks. He needs like an ace and a king out there.
Ooh, that's...
I don't think that's going to do it. Well, he doesn't have a heart.
I think it's going to work. I think it's going to work.
Oh my gosh.
He doesn't have a heart. I just don't think that he can call.
If he folds, Jello is going to be stoked to flip these 2 cards over. He shows him the jacks.
I really think that Chip
Oh, he's thinking about it.
All right, let's hear this.
Yeah.
I'll give it to him. Don't have jacks. Oh, okay. You had jacks.
I don't think he's going anywhere. 275, and there's 700 out there.
I think he's going to fold.
1 for call, 2 for fold.
Yep. Or he's going to call and Jack's going to hit the heart.
Oh, he folds. Oh, and Chip Wrangler. Oh, he's going to be thinking about that one tonight.
All the glory becomes worth it.
All of those risks. Oh, now is the best decision of the night. Awesome. 2 jacks go into the muck.
Wow. I really think that Chip Wrangler should have just shoved it on him pre-flop. There's no reason to do anything post-flop scenario. Hand of the night. I agree, Rounder. That was awesome.
Wow.
The 7 deuce on the last 2 people on the stand-up game.
Yeah, dude, and Chip Wrangler's going to be thinking about that one.
Tricky Fish picks up another hand.
I think if you're going to go for it, it makes sense to me to go with a smaller 3-bet sizing pre-flop so you have more power in the punch post-flop. That would really suck if you 3-bet there.
And you get jammed up.
Exactly.
I agree.
But it works out great, and then he immediately picks up ace-queen.
Yep.
his freshly increased stack.
Yep. He doesn't get the folds out of the 2 offsuit broadways here. They're all going to see the flop. And everyone whiffs. We got a gut shot for the boy and nothing else. I think the boy has the highest likelihood to win this hand.
He's got the gut shot and he's got position on both of these guys.
Exactly. Most likely it's going to go check to him. And I would be surprised if he decides not to bet this. And I think it's just going to go bet, fold, fold. And that's what position does.
No doubt. No doubt, my man. Into the muck. Jello does get sticky sometimes.
Can't get sticky on this board, though, against a double flat range.
Yeah.
Just a fold, fold, and nice pot for the boy.
The boy. Rounder says Chip Wrangler isn't going to be folding for the rest of the night. Yeah, especially not against Jello. I bet he's going to be trying to get him back for that one.
That's a pretty epic hand. Love it.
We've been going for about 3 hours, guys. We got 1 hour left of the stream here. If you're enjoying the game, hit that like button for us, subscribe, share it. We'll try and shout you out. I know we've missed several of those tonight, so to everyone that we've gotten a little pop-up from telling us that you like the stream or became a new subscriber, we really, really appreciate that. We're going to try and give y'all shout-outs as they come in, but obviously sometimes we get distracted by the action over here, but don't think that we don't appreciate it. That helps us out a bunch.
And we love the comments. We love talking to you guys, seeing what you feel about the hands and any other poker or non-poker related questions.
No doubt. Sometimes I enjoy the non-poker related questions even more.
Yeah.
They're so fun.
Let's get a non-poker related question from someone. Here we go. Tricky Fish up to 4.6K.
Let's go.
He's having a session.
Yeah, what a stack. They've only been going for 3 hours, and the max buy was 1,500, so you know it's going well.
Yep. I didn't see the live stream, but I did talk to Jack about all of his all-ins. It was pretty crazy how you could lose all of those. Me and Nick were talking about it earlier, that poker does this to you, where it's just like, how does this happen?
Yeah, it doesn't seem mathematically possible sometimes.
I know.
You'll be sitting there going, no one else has ever experienced this much bad luck in a row.
Yep.
But I'm sure in reality, every single player has thought that exact same thing.
Yep. Frankie still seems to be on a walk. I think he's trying to recover, maybe, from his big hand. Hard one. We flop a gut shot and nut diamonds here for Jello. But Tricky Fish doesn't have anything. What do you feel about like a third sizing on this board when Straddle defends? With this type of hand. Sometimes I like just going big here and building up towards a really big pot.
Yeah, I usually go a little bigger.
Well, this is a great situation. We induce a check raise from absolutely nothing.
Yeah, wow. Small sizing works like a charm this time.
He decides to 3-bet the flop, and I prefer just continuing with the call here. But 3-bet's not unreasonable. Just
I'm with you. I think I'd be calling there too, but
I usually just flat these spots.
But that does kind of fall in line with your general theory of betting bigger, though. So, like, in some ways, he's accomplishing those same things, just building the pot with a hand that really nothing bad can happen.
Yep, exactly.
Like, even if the guy just shoves all in at that point, you're still like, okay, I'll call.
Yeah, whatever.
Let's see what happens.
Whatever, rip it. It's true. I need to start experimenting on 3-betting some flops. In position, I'm just so apt just to call and make my opponent play more streets out of position to me. Make them act. Don't open action for them to shove it on me. Frankie's back in the mix now. Rosey's going to open it up with 8-6 of spades on the double straddle.
Yeah, maybe we've got another round of double straddles going here, which makes this game way bigger. 2, 5, 10, 20.
The boy flats in the $10 straddle with Jack 10 of diamonds, and we're going to see a flop. Really good flop for the Jack 10 of diamonds here.
Pretty good flop for Rosey's range, and he's got a pair.
Very familiar board and situation.
No doubt. We actually just reviewed a hand that we thought was, or that I think was very, very similar to this. And Rosey makes the same choice, but this time the diamond comes in, and the boy takes a huge equity lead. Rosey would need one of the remaining queens or 8s left in the deck.
But luckily, the boy's going to lead out into Rosey here, and I think that this just becomes a pretty easy fold at this point.
Definitely.
This is a pretty good card for the boys' defending range in the big blind, or the straddle then. The guy says show the bluff, and this is going to be almost impossible to show a bluff here. He very rarely ever has a bluff in that spot. He's almost always queen X or a flush there.
What do you think about it? Oh, sorry. Go ahead and finish your thought.
I actually don't like the lead from him in this situation. I think that it's really hard to balance out with any sort of bluffs. But maybe not, honestly. If you float some gut shots and then lead, maybe it's pretty effective.
So I was just going to make a point about them calling out for him to show one. What do you think about a live stream rule where you're required to show one or maybe even both cards in if the pot's a certain size, or there's some kind of qualifier for that, or not? You just have to show your cards every time.
I think it's cool. I like showing one card if you win the pot.
It's good for the game. One card's a lot of fun because then there's some strategy to deciding when and which card you want to show.
which card to show.
Yeah.
Nog gets punished for opening the King 10 offsuit here in the hijack. Nothing he can really do at this point.
He told us he was going to make a move, and it looks like this might be the time. Now, I think Rosey's usual strategy here would be just to fold, and that smile makes me think he probably will.
Yep. Got him. I think Rosey could have floated there in position, but fold is definitely a fine option. Good play from John. Knock.
Sounds like Knock was setting up the 4-bet just so he could show a card. It's an interesting strategy.
Even further development on our conversation. Chip Wrangler just decides to call here. I'm usually 3-betting this spot with 10s, button open, small blind call. Old school, that's me.
That's you.
The 26-year-old in the booth.
And that's Mr. Will, or Chill Bill, and giving us a little love. Saying that we are old school in the poker community, which is kind of funny to hear. Jack says here he's only 26 years old. But I guess when you've been doing it for 5, 6, 7 years, you're getting closer to old school.
Yeah, I guess so. I've been a pro for like 6 years now, so I guess that makes me old school.
Old school.
You get old quick, I suppose.
You do in poker. It's true.
Yep. Usually I am still the youngest person on the table, though. And I still get checked for my ID when I order a drink, so.
Yeah. I guess more so like from the portion of the poker community that's like heavily strategy based.
Yeah.
That portion you get old quick. And the other portion you get old slow.
True.
That portion is made up the recreational and retirement portion of the poker community, which is extremely valuable.
Poker's so awesome because you just meet and communicate with so many different array of people. It's been such a pleasure talking to all different sorts of people from different walks of life over the last 6 years, all playing this game together. Collector decides to go with the 3-bet here. I like his decision here. He could just call this situation, but realizes he's not going to win the pot very often if he just calls, and he has a pretty tight image right now. So
yeah,
just go with the 3-bet here and bang bang.
Good hand candidate too.
Yep. Good play. What's that percentage next to their names? Is that the percent of chips that are on the table?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. It looked like Evan had roughly 30% of all the chips in play, so
yep,
that's a pretty dominating stack. And
building mountains.
For sure. And you can see that all of these stacks are pretty healthy. Right there in front of Frankie, for example. There's
Gene Bowman, thanks for the like. It really helps the algorithm. Knock opens +1 and Frankie flats with ace queen off +3. I think this is a good play.
Me too.
I think that you can do both.
Me too.
And the boy also in there in position again with the 10-9 suited. Everyone whiffs, so let's see who wants it most. Looks like a very similar situation might happen like last time, and the boy might take it down, but Frankie might have other ideas.
The boy looks to his chips immediately.
Yep.
Looks like he's going to float at the very least.
Yep. It's just so valuable to be in position. You're so deep. What's in the middle is not even close to what you have behind. There's so much leverage.
And those equities were 62 for Frankie and 38 for the boy, which is a little closer than you might expect, especially since he's only got backdoor draws, no front door draws for the boy. But that position, I mean, that probably negates that equity difference plus some.
Exactly.
Now Frankie checks, and it's the boy's chance to spring. And here he goes.
And this is a really, really cheap bluff for him.
This is interesting. Is this setting up another bet on the river, or is he just trying to bet Frankie off of this exact type of hand that he has?
I don't think that Frankie can fold ace-queen high yet. We have pretty clean outs. We're getting a great price.
Oh, I agree with you. It's just a very interesting choice.
It also looks very milky with like pocket 4s, pocket 5s, pocket 6s. He has all of these pocket pairs and might have some 3x also that are going for the sizing. He could do another cheap bluff here, and it might work at the end, just because it seems so value heavy. We'll see. He does also have a lot of floats as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The boy knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
He milks Frankie for exactly what he had for $35 and now blasts him.
I think Frankie should think about this for a little bit.
He is.
He
is thinking about it.
Yeah. It's a clever line.
It's power poker.
It's power poker.
You don't have to make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't have to make sense.
It could be a 7. I could see him doing that with a 7.
Yeah,
just going with a tiny size on the turn.
It could be a 7.
It's possible. And then...
But it's no longer a 3. It's no longer pocket 4s, 5s, 6s. So it's like, is he taking this like such strong value with pocket 8s? Pocket 9s, and then probably pocket 10s plus are 3-betting preflop. So like his value is just so limited here.
But he knows Frankie doesn't have a 7.
I know, but...
And he can.
He can, but like not that many. I would be pretty tempted to call in that situation. I know that he has a bluff this time, but his line doesn't really make too much sense. It's 7 or nothing.
I agree with you that it's pretty polarizing, but I mean, he definitely can have a handful of 7s.
He does have some 7s for sure. Power poker, baby. In position power poker. Gotta love it.
Yeah, and he was getting a pretty good price there with an open and a call in front of him. I wouldn't be surprised if he has like all of the suited 7s from like 5-7, maybe all the way up.
Yeah. And
So.
yeah, facing that bet, you just look and you're just like, man, you always have a 7.
Yeah, right, exactly. I'd be like, dang, this looks like he milked me on the turn. Just wanted me to call with like literally anything I have.
Yeah, just to try to catch up.
Yeah, and then on the river is going to bet against some big pairs.
Yep. So yeah, it's very polarizing, but strong bet and very hard to call.
Especially with ace high. It's probably one of the worst hands that Frankie can have too. It's a nice little turn card for Chip Wrangler. He opens, c-bets, and then makes trips on the turn, gets to double barrel. Unfortunately for him, Chill Bill, Mr. Will, doesn't have much to continue with. Did have a gut shot, but decided to let it go. And there's that chip count again. Tricky Fish up to a 4.4K stack. 3x the starting stack. Having the best day on the table so far. We've got a little over an hour left, guys. Love having y'all along with us here in the stream. Give us some more chat I love the chatter in the chat box.
Yeah, I like the chatter too.
Want to do some more responding to that.
Boy raising to 20 from +3. And it looks like it's just going to get through.
A little Thai food in the mix. Jack here in the box, a huge fan of the Thai food.
Oh, yeah. I heard there's a great Thai restaurant near Poker House. Everyone's been talking about it since I've got here.
Nice. Frankie's going to be out of there. Just fold those cards. Tricky Fish is going to be out of there. The boy is going to be... Nope. He's in there. Says, I'll wait on the food. Juicy 6-9 suited. He's going to run into some trouble here with the collector picking up 2 jacks behind him. He 3-bets and... Oh, Knock just has to fold. Oh, and Rosey now has the ace-queen in the big blind. This is going to be another potential cold 4-betting spot.
Yeah, it's definitely an option. Can go either way.
I kind of think he's going to fold, yeah.
Yep.
I could just tell from his body language that he is like, I have to think about this spot, but I don't want to play it. And then he slides his cards in the muck.
Yep. Oh, there we go.
Oh, the boy. Dude, this guy has come in firing. He's unpredictable. He's made some really crafty plays so far.
He has.
I don't know if this one's going to work or not.
Depends. I think that the collector is most likely to call, but I think...
Puts that purple chip out there, Jack.
Yeah, one purple chip.
$500 chip.
It's a pretty purple, that one.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Flops the set.
Yeah, and this board's pretty good for collector. I wonder if the boy checks here. Just curious if he would try to c-bet with his pair, but I think he's just going to give up.
Yeah, this board's pretty good for the 4-bet calling range.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen a bunch of 4-bet calls tonight.
Yeah, this has been a very active game. A lot of aggressive action and a lot of defense.
Yep. Not very many multi-way pots.
You can see the boy, even though he has a pair, he has almost no chance to win this hand. He would have to make running 9s. And he's out of there. Saves himself from any more trouble.
Yeah, good give up by the boy there.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think a lot of people, like, after they've made the 4-bet, they might feel committed to, like, continuing to try and take down this pot.
Yeah, but sometimes your main play is just the 4-bet, and then once you don't get a good flop like that, that just smashes the other person's range. Like, it's fine just to give it up.
For sure.
Definitely when you're out of line. Like, when you're out of line, don't feel obligated to just start blasting post-flop. You just don't need to. His main play there was the 4-bet, didn't work, and he gave up, so... $20 double straddle. Collector picking up back-to-back 3-bet spots.
And Rosey with another interesting spot.
Very similar to the ace-queen spot last hand, and he just
folds again.
Content just folding, and that's...
I mean, you can tell Rosey's just hyper aware of those positions.
Exactly. Like, this is not a spot to get involved with pocket 9s once +2 opens and hijack 3-bets. And we're going to see a defend out of Chip Wrangler. Rounder's right. He's not in the mood for folding anymore.
He's got 560 left, which is about 1 3/4 of a pot size bet.
Yep. And it looked great flop for the collector here. But nothing to fight for the Chip Wrangler.
Yeah. And the collector collects a couple of pots there in a row. A couple of sweet spots.
Not bad. No, it's not bad. Picking up some decent stuff. Now,
Chip Wrangler's right back in the mix. Picks up the ace-jack from early position. Rosey gives him a call on the button here. We haven't seen Rosey's cards yet. There we go. Makes sense. Pocket fives. The boy is in there too. Oh, baby.
Against middle pair.
Mm-hmm. Might be a little value to be had here. Goes check, check to him.
Gets the call.
I wonder if the fact that Chip Wrangler just lost that previous pot hasn't gone his way the last few hands, it seems. I wonder if he's going to be a little more sticky here.
Yep.
Now he turns a gut shot to go with his pair of jacks as well. Can tell Rosey's got the wheels spinning in his head, trying to run through what Chip Wrangler's range looks like. First decide if he wants to bet, and then pick a sizing. He decides 125 feels right. He's targeting some hands exactly like this, maybe some two pairs like a king 10 or a jack 10. Chip Wrangler's frustrated, but he lets it go again.
Yep, that's a good fold.
Mm-hmm. Nice and disciplined. He's going to wait, preserve those $500, and look for a better spot. Rosey scoops a nice little pot. See Brian, our dealer's shuffling up the cards for us. We love Brian. He's a great dealer. His sister works here as well.
I forgot that we had sound effects to use.
Oh, yeah?
We could have used this sound effect for Frankie's call.
Hold on. Oh, that's good. Maybe we'll get another spot for it here.
Yeah, it's coming next time.
Just try and needle someone with the sound effects.
That's right.
All right, Will raises and knock 3 bets.
And he defends, so we're going to see a flop.
Mm-hmm.
Both make a pair.
Mm-hmm. No spades for either player.
Yeah, I like Knox sizing here.
And
Right.
Will just lets it go. Pretty good fold right there. Discipline.
Yep, just realized again, like I'm not going to perform very well on various runouts, so I'm not going to put a chip more in.
Mm-hmm.
Can't handle the heat.
Yep. Another sign of not being attached to that emotional aspect of the hand. Like, oh, I made a pair.
Yeah, I
like,
made
am
a
I
pair.
literally just gonna fold?
Yeah, and he only bet 25. Like the 3-bet was to 50, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good discipline right there.
But it's true. Like, what are you really hoping for putting that 25 chip in the middle? You're hoping against a showdown with no spades, and that you're somehow good.
This is a Young Bucks game.
It is.
Do we have anyone over 30 in this game?
Well, the collector is apparently 35.
I think that was just a guess. He doesn't look 35 to me.
Yeah, I don't think so. What about the boy?
I don't know. It's hard to say.
Can't see his face. Oh, we might see his face when he's eating.
Let's get a little peek. 100 likes for the boy face reveal.
Who is the boy? Yeah, I could go play with the boy out there and I wouldn't even know it's the boy.
Yeah.
He doesn't let anything show.
I think Will is the type of player, too, that a few years ago would have been really attached to the idea that ace-5 suited specifically is that hand that you just take to the felt, like, every time.
Yep.
And I think he would probably, this is just a guess, but I bet if we asked him, he would say that a few years ago he would have been in that same vein, thinking that way, and that poker has really just changed over the years, and people have learned to control the pots a lot more.
Yeah, it's true. I definitely fell into that trap a couple of years ago. I just 3-bet any suited ace from any position, just like an absolute maniac. It didn't even have to be ace-5 suited for me. It's very cool how poker evolves.
For sure. And my guess would actually be that people will come around more to, like, not even feeling obligated to open that hand from the first couple of positions, and then maybe not feeling obligated to defend versus 3-bets either. The stack depth obviously makes a big difference, but like you're just at a huge disadvantage in every area of the hand.
Yeah.
You're out of position. You don't have the initiative. Your cards aren't very good. You know, it's like, yeah, you can make the nuts. That's true.
Yeah.
You can
you're
make
often,
the nuts, but
you're often dominated by a 3-bet range too.
For sure.
Chill Bill gets in there with a 3-bet small blind over Tricky Fish's hijack open.
It's another common poker concept. Doing a lot of 3-betting from the blind to.
Yep, here we go. Collector's going with the cold 4.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to work.
Wow. And this is the reason you go with that 3-bet, is to kind of protect yourself from that big blind being able to squeeze you if you have too wide of a flatting range. But this time Collector does not care. Says cold 4-bet in your face.
Yep.
Ace-deuce suited, and I think Will's just got too much behind to want to make a big play at this. It's kind of awkward to 5-bet, fold, not want to 5-bet call, don't want to just call and take a flop when you're out of position, not the aggressor.
Yep, King-Queen's so awkward against that range too, because you're just so often dominated by Ace-King, Ace-Queen. When you hit, you're never happy.
And on cue, he goes with the aggressive play with the small suited ace.
Yeah,
Right after we were talking about it. Which
yeah, this is a good spot.
Yeah, for sure, exactly. I think it proves that the hand still has a lot of merit as a candidate for those.
Yeah.
But you just don't have to feel obligated to do it every time.
Yep. And you have a lot of fold equity in this configuration. When hijack opens, small blind 3-bets.
For sure. Looks really strong.
Yep. Rosie's going to go with the limp with the pocket kings. Let's see if anything develops.
And it does.
It does. Chill Bill puts a little pot builder raise.
Kind of surprised to see Chill Bill raise with the 2 4s because he knows the boys are capable of doing this.
Yep.
But he's happy to defend versus small 3-bet.
Doesn't even care like about getting 3-bet here. Like 15, 50, like it doesn't really matter with their stack sizes right here. Yep, good sizing by Rosey here on this board. Puts 4s in weird situation.
Bill's going to peel 1.
Yep.
I don't really blame him.
Nope.
He's getting a good price. Rosey can definitely have some ace-king, ace-queen, king-queen type hands that would c-bet here and then would probably double barrel this card. I don't know how sticky Will's going to want to be, but...
Yeah, the ace-queen, ace-king definitely likes to barrel here with the 10 coming. But our 4s just kind of shrink.
Yeah, he
lets it go. And that's another line that I was talking about when we can just call flop to see what the out of position does on turn.
My guess would actually be that Rosey is taking that exact line
with everything.
Every single hand.
I agree.
That he limp 3-bets with.
Definitely on the 10 turn. If it's a 9 turn, I wonder if he bets the ace-king, ace-queen.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. And I wonder if he checks any queens, kings, or aces also.
That one I don't know.
I'm just telling you, this line's exploitable. The 3-bet, out of position, C-bet, check line is always a give up. Shouldn't say always, but I don't think people are balancing this situation. Yeah, everyone's down to see flops right now. Everyone's pretty deep. Well, the chip wrangler's not, but the boy is still down. And it's going to be some gets there.
Looks like they're doing a little prop betting on specific cards coming on the board.
Yeah, it looks like everyone picked 1 or 2 cards, and a couple of them are playing, and whenever that flops, they owe the other person $5 or something like this. I like little games like this. It keeps everyone engaged in the flops and such.
For sure. And the boy makes another tricky play here, dude. He goes for the check raise after making the goods. Not quite the nuts, but the goods here on the turn. It had check through on the flop, and he checks and gives Chip Wrangler a chance to bet on the turn. He does. And Chip Wrangler looks like he's going to be sticky. Doesn't believe him.
Multiple check raises from the boy.
Yeah, we've seen him make some very tricky, patient plays.
Yep, double checks, triple checks, out of position.
Kind of a bad card for him. He checks again.